Well, good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome everybody to our business meeting. The first order of business will be a roll call vote, or roll call of our commissioners. And I'll start off. I'm Dave Bobbitt from Region 1, the Panhandle region, and then we'll just follow by region. Don?
I'm Don Ebert, Region 2, the Clearwater region.
Tim Murphy, good morning. Region 3.
Mike Roach, Region 4, Magic Valley.
Good morning, Jordan Charette, Region 5, the Southeast region.
Brody Harshbarger, Region 6, Upper Snake River.
Good morning. I'm Ron Davies with the Salmon region.
I think that's it. Thank you. We're all in attendance. Next item on agenda is our agenda changes. Are there any changes to our agenda?
No, Mr. Chairman, there are not from us.
Okay. Do you want to introduce your people? Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Review of public comment. Director Fredericks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we had a good public meeting last night. We had about 15 members of the public in attendance. 7 of those provided oral comment. We had representatives from several organizations, including the Foundation for Wildlife Management, Idaho Outfitters and Guides Association, Idaho Wildlife Federation, the Nez Perce Tribe, and Idaho Wild Sheep. And I will begin with comments related to agenda items. Comment related to agenda item 5G, which is the release of the Bighorn sheep auction and lottery tags. We had a representative from Idaho Wild Sheep who expressed appreciation for the opportunity to market the Bighorn sheep lottery tag. Hopes to see that continue, which is later on the agenda, and then provided a summary of the funds that have been raised through that program and talked about the projects that have benefited from the Bighorn sheep lottery tag. So again, we'll hear a little bit more about that this morning. Agenda item, comment related to agenda item 7, which is the wolf population estimate. We had a carnivore biologist with the Nez Perce Tribe who expressed appreciation to Fish and Game staff for sharing information about the methodology involved with that population estimate and was looking forward to today's presentation. And we had a representative from Idaho Wildlife Federation speak with regard to agenda item 5F, which is the mountain goat management plan, expressed appreciation for the department's efforts to update our species management plans and looked forward to that agenda item, the mountain goat plan. Also offered help of the Federation in conducting mountain goat surveys, if that would be useful, and then broadly expressed appreciation for the department and the Commission's response to CWD detections in the state. And then we had some comments not directly related to the agenda. We had a representative from the Foundation for Wildlife Management who expressed appreciation for the partnership and wolf management efforts in the state, and he encouraged the department to continue efforts to restore wolf trapping opportunities where they were restricted by court injunction over concerns about incidental take of grizzly bears. We had an introduction of the new executive director of the Idaho Outfitters and Guides Association, who expressed appreciation of the relationship between the department and the commission and the outfitting industry, and that he looks forward to working with us. We had an individual who testified to present an idea to help with wolf harvest, and that would be to allow any non-resident who harvests a wolf to get a deer and an elk tag without going through the random draw process. And he also commented that Idaho has outstanding fisheries and complimented the department for our fishery management programs. And then finally, we had a comment from an individual, also related to fisheries, who was concerned about the large and increasing number of non-resident anglers on the St. Joe and Coeur d'Alene rivers and suggested implementing a strategy to limit non-resident anglers by capping participation and charging non-residents a daily use fee in some of our high-quality waters, and cited a British Columbia model that does that, that does something similar to that. So, Mr. Chairman, that is the summary of the public comment.
Thank you. Next item is our consent calendar, which includes minutes, financial report, and winter feeding advisory committee assignments. Is there anything, it's an action item, but are there any questions or any discussion? Seeing none,
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to accept the minutes and financial report as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Davies.
We'll second that.
Thank you. Okay, they'll be approved. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Action items for the commission, non-resident deer tag framework and tag issuance. Tara? Oh, you're there already.
I was speedy this morning. Had a cup of coffee. Okay, make sure our clicker works here. Great. Okay, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. I'm here for a very quick update this morning just on the progress of implementing the draw framework for 2026 non-resident tags. So a quick reminder that back in May, you gave us approval to move forward with temporary rule to implement the draw framework for 2026 non-resident deer and elk general season tags. And so since that May meeting, Fish and Game staff, as well as Brant staff, Brant being our licensing third-party vendor, have been working to update the licensing system to be ready for those applications to open in December. And then today, again, I'm just providing a quick update on the progress of those implementations. So here's just kind of a sneak peek of one of the changes that we've finalized with Brant, and this is the change from 2 hunt choices to 5 hunt choices on an application. This is just one of many things that we're changing, obviously, with the rules that you approved back in May. But just wanted to highlight this one specifically because it's probably visually and procedurally the biggest change that most folks are going to see with an application from Fish and Game. And also just wanted to highlight a little bit here that while this looks pretty simple, that we went from 2 choices to 5 choices, that looks pretty good. That actually came with making sure that all of those choices, when you punch in the hunt numbers, they all validate, all the hunters in your group application match all of those hunt numbers that you input, and that the lottery process all takes into account those new hunt choices that you have. So as much as this single visual looks like a quick work, I just want to highlight that both Brant and Fish and Game staff have done quite a bit of tweaking just to make sure that this little change falls all the way through the end of the draw process and works effectively. Okay, next quick update is just finalizing the timeline that we've kind of nailed down for the draw. I gave a little bit of a draft look at this back in May, and after sitting down with staff and looking at calendar dates and how things fell on weekends and state holidays, this does look a little bit different than that timeline I gave you in May. It is a little bit longer. So to highlight a couple things, first applications would be in December 5th through the 15th, and that would be all applicants, both DAV, Disabled American Veteran, and general non-resident public would all apply in December. We'd run those draws, make sure they look good in the later part of December, and announce results in January. That all looks similar to May. Then after this is when we've kind of extended the timeline a little bit. January 20th would be the deadline to claim tags, except for DAV tags. A reminder, that little dotted line there is that DAV folks actually have the full 2 application period window to claim their tag, just to give them a little extra time to get in there and claim. So once that January claim by deadline passes, then we'll calculate how many tags weren't purchased from the first application period and make those available in the second, February 5th through 15th. We'd run the draw late February, announce those results in early March, and then again, a little bit longer than we originally planned here. March 20th would be the deadline to claim all of those tags, including second application periods and DAV folks. But again, puts us still in a really great place in the early part of 2026 to be done pretty early in the year. And then last thing I just wanted to briefly touch on was the little bit of public feedback we've gotten since we formally announced this in May. It hasn't been a whole lot of feedback, truthfully, but a couple of the highlights on the positive side are a couple folks have specifically reached out to mention how they feel as though this is a lot more equitable, a lot more fair. Most of those folks being the ones that couldn't fly out to Idaho for December, couldn't afford to take days off work to, wait in line for the December sale. So that was positive to hear. And then on the negative side, the handful of folks that have reached out with not so great comments are pretty specific to requiring a hunting license at time of application. But again, pretty minimal feedback since May. And Mr. Chairman, that is all I've got for you today, actually. So I'd be happy to stand for any questions, and I'll be back in November with final updates before our December draw.
Well, thank you, Tara. Are there any questions, Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner
Tara,
Ebert.
so we had discussed have the option to opt in to being contacted by an outfitter. Is that doable for you? And unless that causes technical difficulties, I would like to see us do that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. From a legal standpoint, which Owen can jump up here if I don't speak too eloquently, we have that option as long as we get written consent from the individual. What that looks like, how we get that consent might be kind of what we need to decide. Is it during the application process, follow-up emails, forms, who knows? But I think from a legal standpoint, we might be able to do that.
Yes, Commissioner Bob, Commissioner Ebert, we can, under Idaho public records law, we're not supposed to give out hunter, fisher, or trapper license information without their written consent. So if we get written consent, which is something we can get electronically, we could do it through the licensing system or follow-up options like Tara described, that would work to give out that information.
So, Mr. Chairman, could you put up an option screen as is, like with the hard, do you want a hard card? Could you put that in the process of the workflow?
From a legal standpoint, I would interpret that as adequate written consent. It would just be a question of whether that can be worked into the licensing system.
And from a system perspective, I think there's a lot of question marks about what that might mean. We do have a couple options, not to put us in a corner or anything, but for example, the way that we ask for cap donations during the controlled hunt application process, we could do something similar to that. We could do follow-ups in an email. We could send forms to anyone that wins a tag. I think we've got some options in front of us that wouldn't be a huge lift.
Mr. Chairman, Director, is there something I'm not seeing of why we shouldn't do this, or, because I think it would be a good gesture token for the outfitter industry if we could at least do this for them.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I think we can commit to pursuing that. I think we just need to be sure, the first order of business is making sure that we get the whole system right, and it's a considerable lift. So yes, we can work toward that. Can we guarantee it? I don't feel comfortable right now saying that, yes, we can with certainty make that happen, but we can definitely try to get there.
Anybody else have different thoughts, or I think we should pursue it, and that's kind of where I fall.
Yeah, Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, that is the direction that I'm hearing, is we will pursue it.
Any other discussion or questions?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I'd echo Don's comments. I think that we should at least pursue what that would look like, and if possible, to get it in place prior to the draw. I think that's probably a good move to make myself. Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, our next item is rulemaking with Amber.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director. I would buckle up for this. I will try to keep it as interesting as possible as I try to move through this as quickly as possible and make it easy for y'all to follow through. Today, the Commission is voting on adoption of proposed rules. We are now just over midway through the rulemaking process for the 6 chapters that you have in front of you. Once you adopt the rules chapters, they will get published in the next available administrative bulletin, most likely the October bulletin, which will then begin a one last 21-day comment period for the public and staff before I bring the pending rules in front of you prior to the legislature. The full red line versions were provided to you previously, so I'll just give a higher level overview of the changes made to the original rules chapters, making notice of anything of substance. As you can see in your gold sheet, staff offered many opportunities for public input for the rulemaking that's in front of you, in addition to posting notices on the department rulemaking page and Town Hall Idaho and press releases. We received many comments around the technology component in Chapter 8, which I'll cover later, and some comments around some of the other chapters, some of which have been incorporated into changes that you'll see today. And now to that. I'll go through the simpler chapters first, using red lines, highlights, which you'll see there'll be chunks of them posted through the PowerPoint presentation, and then through chapters 4 and 8 last, since those appear to be the beefiest. Those will also be covered by bulleted points. But before I start, I do want to give mention to all the help and teamwork it took to get here. The Rules team has many members who work tirelessly to get the product in front of you that you see today. They are the experts. I'm just the cleanup and delivery. And I may have to lean on that team for any questions. And with that, let's begin. Chapter 130103, Public Use of Lands Owned or Controlled by the Department of Fish and Game. Staff received one written comment in support of the rule changes. So these are the changes. Staff added a definition for camping and then updated the definition for watercraft to match that in the Chapter 11 Rules Governing Fish chapter. Subsection B added language that gives the department more flexibility in posting stay limits for camping. And subsection E adds exploding targets to the prohibitions, and subsection L adds airsoft guns to prohibited activity. Before I move to the next chapter, any questions?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, could you go back to that slide? Am I missing something, or did, in reading through that section B, is that removing any kind of a limit on camping on Fish and Game Department lands?
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, what that is doing is giving us the ability to post that on our WMAs based on what the situation might be. So instead of posting a set date, we're making it so we can actually post a time certain if we want to. So 10 days if that's all we want to do, or 30 days if that's what we want to do.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Oops. Okay. All right. Chapter 130116, Trapping of Wildlife and Taking of Fur-bearing Animals. A good portion of the changes are to clean up the chapter and clarify wording and make rules consistent with current practice. You can see on the screen in 200.03C, which is the last in the red lines, staff modified the reimbursement rate from $10 to $25 for any bobcat or fisher accidentally caught in a trap as a non-target species and turned into the department. So this was something that was brought from public comment. It was something that the department considered just striking. However, in conversations with stakeholders, they felt that putting it at a $25 made it so people would be encouraged to actually do it. And so we felt that that was appropriate. It also removes reimbursement for wolverine and lynx and makes it mandatory as listed species to report any capture to the department within 24 hours, and this is under a later section, 500.01. So as you can see, I'm just showing you that these are all the changes that were made to those sections, but I'm only covering the highlights. The language in subsection I makes additional allowance for where sets can be placed, including snow-covered routes authorized at the discretion of the director or regional supervisor, which may not have been an option previously. This has also been due to the public input around improved opportunity to trap. The new language in II clarifies that sets can still be placed under bridges and in culverts, which was original language. The new language is that except when they are part of a wildlife crossing or any related fencing put in place to pass wildlife across public highways. And then subsection B makes the allowance of trapping for wolf on private property in proximity to an active feeding site where it's prohibited otherwise. And on this page you can see, on this page you can see what I was referencing earlier in D, regarding reporting the trapping of listed species, and staff cleaned up the language in section 600. So those are, although it seems like a lot of changes, it was just language cleanup. And then finally, 800.01 removes the hard date of July 31st for trapper report completion and makes the allowance that a report must be completed prior to the following trapping license year. This was just to make it easier for them to get their reporting done prior to their next season. Any questions? All right, this is the easy one. So this is 130117, Rules Governing Use of Bait for Hunting Big Game Animals, and this is why it's the easy one. Staff is asking for this chapter to be repealed, which is, it's great because we're removing a chapter from our actual code. But what we're doing truly is pulling this language and putting it into Chapter 8. So that's all there is to look at in this one. Any questions? Okay. All right, Chapter 130119, Rules for Selecting, Operating, Discontinuing, and Suspending Vendors. We did get a couple comments from the public, primarily around compensatory payments and fees. The latter, which I will cover shortly. And I did have an opportunity to talk to Commissioner Ebert about his experience as well to get feedback. So we had a pretty good understanding from a vendor perspective of what was what the rules look like from that perspective. So staff removed all of Section 100 because the process is obsolete and not in line with current practice. So this is essentially being repealed as well. And then changes to this section include updating language to current process. The intent is to remove efficiencies and eliminate the backlog in the application review process. The changes to this section tightens language around selection eligibility and adds a provision for community benefit. So instead of going with the low-numbered vendors in selection, we're looking at the community benefit because sometimes there might be a reason to have an additional vendor in a certain place, regionally as far as rural locations. So that's kind of why staff decided to go that direction. And let's see. In this section, staff changed the active vendor ceiling to 400. You can see that at the top. We currently have around 360 vendors, and in some areas, the most populated ones, were very saturated. So there's really no need to push that up. There's also some triggers we can pull if we do want to be able to allow certain vendors in rural areas. There's things that we're not necessarily requiring of vendors at this point in time that if we needed to find ways to get to that 400 and had other vendors interested in providing services for us, we could do that.
Question?
Yes, sir.
How many active vendors are there right now?
There's about 360.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had somebody in Fairfield asking me about getting a startup. It was a brand-new business there, so.
Perfect. Alex is a great person to talk to about it. Thank you. Section 110, staff changed the language to indicate that only grandfathered out-of-state vendors will be allowed to sell licenses for the department. As we move toward the non-resident online draw, there will be less of a reason for out-of-state vendors to be providing those services for us.
Commissioner Schratt?
Yes,
Amber,
sir.
I have a question on the out-of-state vendors. How many are there out-of-state vendors right now? Do we know? A handful?
Ballpark of about 10 collectively, Montana, Washington, Utah, Oregon, so a handful.
So for the record, about 10 in areas around our state.
Any other questions?
All right. Excuse me. Section 121, this concerns vendor contract termination or suspension. Staff added language consistent with language in an earlier section around selection eligibility where it speaks to violations. This language says that if an owner, store manager, or employee issuing department products has a felony conviction or a wildlife violation, that contract will be terminated immediately. And then under this section, staff modified the language which raises the transaction threshold for existing vendors. There we go. Speaking with our licenses folks, it sounds like it is not difficult to reach those numbers. We did get one comment that did represent a concern with being able to reach those numbers, but it sounds like to me from some of our big sales dates, they're able to achieve that. Section 151, changes simplify the process around voided and canceled licenses. And a new section 157 added the ability for licensed vendors to collect a credit card processing fee equal to the fee charged to them by their bank. The complaint was that with large non-resident sales transactions, the vendor loses money because they're charged that 3% fee, 2% fee, whatever it is from the credit card company. And since we haven't allowed them to charge for that previously, they're losing money and getting behind. So this intends to correct that issue. So any questions before I move to Chapter 4?
Any questions?
All right, now to the fun stuff. Chapter 4 and 8. So I should point out that although the two chapter red lines look very ugly that you have seen, it's primarily due to language movement from one chapter to another and moving language around within the chapter. The main intent is to better align the chapter content with the appropriate chapter, and in this case, move any language associated with licensing to Chapter 4 and move language that specifically applies to taking a big game to Chapter 8. Again, I am primarily covering highlights of changes. So you have the red lines in front of you to reference. Section 010 for definitions, the modifications, most of them include changes to the section due to language that was added for the proposed non-resident draw framework that was approved during the May 2025 Commission meeting in the temporary rule. Other language was simplified and clarified. The top 7 were definitions added from the temporary rule. And staff wanted to add a turkey-controlled hunt to the LAP program and landowner permission hunts, so they have added a minimum acreage of 79 acres for eligibility. Changes to Section 200 added trapping to lifetime license certificate licenses available. And all of Section 255, authorization number pending receipt of license was removed because it was not in practice any longer. And then visual disability language was added to make it clear that an optometrist can certify disability for a reasonable modification permit. Under the new Section 315, which includes language moved from 13.01.08, staff changed the minimum threshold of controlled hunt tags available before a non-resident tag is available to 19, and that's up from 10. So you have to reach that 19 controlled hunt tags offered before we offer even one to the non-residents. And then the 10% limit begins to apply at 20 tags rather than 10. Section 320.07, staff added, again, the 79-acre minimum provision for a landowner permission hunt for game birds. In Section 320.08, that is a new health landowner permission hunt, which was added. Section 330, language was moved from 1301.08 and was restructured into individual sections, largely to make the website and proclamation brochures the ultimate reference for deadlines and information. And the changes also clarified application requirements and rules pertaining to deadlines for claiming tags. Section 340 and 350 language is similar to the temporary rule language that I mentioned earlier that was approved by the Commission in May for the non-resident draw framework. And last on this page is 350.06.b, which is language about allowance of exchange of fall black bear tags that has been stricken because it doesn't align with the new language regarding exchange period, which will be covered later. Section 400, turkey was added, as I mentioned earlier, as an eligible species for the Landowner Appreciation Program. And stronger language was added to make it very obvious that it is illegal to sell, market, or purchase LAP-controlled hunt tags. Section 505 is another section that saw changes due to the non-resident draw language that was adopted as a temporary rule in May. Section 550 incorporates changes from the temporary rule as well. Section 601 saw some modifications as dates were changed, and an exchange section was added. All refund language from this chapter in 1301.08 was incorporated. Refund eligibility dates were changed. For instance, a 75% of tag fee refund request must now be received before May 1st rather than the current April 1. The other dates changed in that chart accordingly. New to Section 700 and 800 include new game management units 13 and 18. that were added into the language for both sheep auction and sheep lottery tags as additional areas to the Hells Canyon hunting experience. And finally, for Chapter 4, per discussions with the commission, staff removed the option for moose as a species to hunt through the special game tag programs. Also changes included eligibility limits to controlled hunts. To include controlled hunts with fewer than 10 tags, they're not available for selection if multiple applications select the same controlled hunt in any given year.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes, Commissioner Eber.
Amber, my understanding that incorporating Game Management Unit 13 and 18 into language for both the sheep and auction and lottery tag doesn't necessarily mean that we would have to, but then we would have the framework to have the option to include those?
Mr. Chair, can I defer to Shane?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, that is correct. Yes, this gives the opportunity that if a controlled hunt for sheep in 13 and 18 is instituted in the future, this would then allow the lottery and auction tag to be used when it's available in Unit 11. It would then be allowed to be used in whatever open hunt existed in 13 and 18 as well.
Any other questions?
Thank you. And then finally, the director can require selection of any different hunt, and that is specific to the special big game tags. Any questions for Chapter 4 before I move on to 8?
I don't see any.
Okay, thank you. Okay, final chapter, 130108, rules governing taking of big game animals. We did receive the most public comment for this chapter, but I cannot say for certain if support or opposition was for the full chapter changes or only the technology-related section. So I'll address what I know to be the technology-related comments a bit later. So definitions section, we added the word salt to the definition of bait because through some comments and questions, it didn't seem apparent that salt was understood to be bait. We also added verifier to the definitions as well to be more clear per public comment. And that the question around that was largely if we require reasonable modification permits for certain types of things to help people see better, what about verifiers? So verifiers are something that goes in your PEEP that just allows you to see your sites better. And so we put that in there to make it clear that that was the case. Let's see here. Okay. You can see the other changes that are on the screen, none of which are substantive. We moved sections, simplified language, and also removed duplicative language. Section 300, staff removed the 3-point deer season as it's no longer a thing, and added a pronghorn season and a descriptor for that. Section 320, under tag validation and attachment, language was added to make it so the department can expand upon electronic tagging opportunities in the future. Staff also added black bear to the list of animals that have tags attached to their hides. Staff simplified the language in Section 350 to make the requirements easier to understand. During the discussions around the use of technology in long-range shooting, a recommendation was made to add a centerfire open sights only special weapons season. It is mentioned in Section 404, and a new section has been added as 408 with the provisions around the hunt. You'll see the language modifications in Section 406 and 410 that have been updated due to recent statute changes regarding sabots or sabots in muzzleloader only hunts, and also a catch-up of past legislation allowing lighted nocks and expandable broadheads. Staff also removed language deemed unenforceable from sections 407 and 410, which includes the draw length and let off, compound bow let off percentage. Next is the unlawful methods of take section that applies to the technology part of the Hunting Advanced Technology Working Group I should stop and see if there's any questions prior to digging into that.
Don't see any?
Okay, excellent. In section 410.04.g through h, staff originally added language recommended by the working group, both consensus and draft language as directed by the commission. With that, we put it out to public comment and have adapted the language to better satisfy the public and the HAT working group's original intent. As you recall, originally the prohibitions were for July 1st through December 31st. And this is the language now. As you can see, staff has modified the dates of July 1st to August 1st due to feedback from the public. And I'll let you look at this for a moment before we go to the next slide. So these were all the recommendations that were made either in draft form or consensus form from the HAT working group. And when you're ready for me to proceed, Mr. Chairman, I will.
Take questions?
I'm, if you're ready for me to proceed, or if you want to have questions.
Any questions on this section?
Okay.
Go ahead.
To bring back some of the work Ellery put in front of you previously, this is representative of the public comment that was provided during the open comment period. So as you can see, these are the orange is the opposition, the blue is support, and then the green is support with caveats. So the ones that are in the previous slide include night vision, thermal, smart optics, transmitting trail cams, and drones. And so what I'm trying to do is just give you the full layout of all the comments that we received either from the HAT working group, the public comment period during the HAT working group, the rulemaking public comment period, and also the survey results, just so you have a broad, I guess, idea of what the public input is looking like. And so this is some of the data she presented on the HAT survey results, speaking to opposing or supporting available and marketed technologies used to hunt big game. So these are specific to those that are listed in the rule. And the question was, to what extent do you oppose or support the following available marketed technologies used to hunt big game?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Could
Commissioner
someone
Ebert.
here please discuss for me smart optics? What might that include exactly?
Mr. Chair, if I could bring Ellery up, because she would have a better idea of the full scope of what was talked about in that working group.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee or commission, again, this is Ellery Tucker-Williams for the record. So smart optics specifically are optics that communicate directly with like your cell phone or a rangefinder that automatically adjust your scopes for what is being read from that. So currently on our phones, we have apps where we can put in windage and distance and it spits out a number, but you have to adjust accordingly. You still have to do the adjustments. Smart optics are ones where the device that's taking the measurements communicates directly with the scope, so it automatically makes the adjustments for you.
Okay. Other questions?
All right. So once we posted the red lines that I showed you before, but with the date of prohibition of July 1st, because we hadn't yet changed that date, July 1st through December 31st, this is what the department received in written comments. 181 total comments, 56% supported some or all of the changes to the language. And this is what I was referencing earlier when I said I don't know when people said they support the rule, if they support all the changes in the rule or just the technology portion of it. 44% opposed some or all. Even some of those who supported the changes remarked about opposing the prohibition on transmitting trail cams. As you can see, that is consistent in both groups, and second to that was thermals. So I'm going to pause there for any questions related to the sections specifically, and then I can give you some really quick anecdotal summaries of those comments.
Hey, Commissioner Charette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amber, I have a question on the transmitting trail cams. I'm having a hard time getting my mind around the actual problem that they're solving, or by banning them that they're solving. Can you tell me what the problem is that this is fixing by getting rid of the transmitting trail cams?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ellery can more eloquently help with that.
Hello, Commission. Again, Ellery Tucker-Williams. So specific to the HAT working group recommendations, their charge was related to technology use and fair chase ethics. So the thought process behind the transmitting trail cameras was the ability for folks to get real-time information on animal location and whether or not that was fair. Again, specific to transmitting trail cameras, there was much more support for your traditional trail cameras where you have to go out, collect the SIM card, download the photos. From their perspective, there was an amount of work that kind of went into that, as opposed to going out once, putting your trail cameras up, and then being able to, depending on how many trail cameras one individual is able to put out or not, be able to have real-time information directly sent to your phone while you're at a commission meeting or at home or at the grocery store or what have you, being able to track those animals or see those animals in real time that you would not necessarily be able to without having to go and collect the cards yourself. So that was the concern from the group.
So they're just essentially worried about whether people are spending time in the mountains or not, because they're still getting the same amount of information on the SD cards as they are on a transmitting trail cam. Is that correct?
I would say that the concern was the amount of work that would have to go into, as opposed to going out once and being able to get that information in real time from the cameras versus having to go out and check it. You want to check it every day. You want to check it every week. You want to check it once a month. That was the concern, was the ease in which you would receive the same information or not.
I had a gentleman give me a compelling argument against that, saying that by not going up there every week, he's not disturbing the wildlife in that area, and that his trail cam up there is the transmitting trail cams allowing the animals to have that habitat without human disturbance. So I think there's an argument against it. Can you also talk about enforcement on the transmitting trail cam? This is just for big game only, correct? So if it's for putting trail cams up for predators or for monitoring birds or stuff like that, that's still legal in that time frame, correct?
Correct. The charge of the HAT working group specifically was narrowed to big game ungulates. There was lots of discussion within the HAT working group of the enforcement concerns and the enforceability of that. The HAT working group, with a lot of the things, kind of came to the conclusion that enforcement is not necessarily a yes or no, a black or white. There is a continuum. There are some things that are much easier to enforce. There are some things that are much more difficult to enforce. So this was one of those things they acknowledged was going to be difficult, but there was almost consensus, one individual short from the working group, that determined that that was still worthy of trying to do something to address the issue. And to your comments earlier about the alternative compelling arguments, about not being so much pressure in the woods, that's absolutely a part of this, right? I think the issue, or not the issue, I think the wonderful thing about these recommendations is that there is compelling arguments on all sides, and that's why we went to the HAT working group and we did a statewide survey, because there isn't a clear path forward, and it's more about social acceptance, and that's why we wanted to bring the public into those decision makings, because it isn't a black and white yes or no. It's kind of where we want to go. Where does the state want to go? Where does the commission want to go? So there's absolutely compelling arguments on all sides, and that's why it was a really, really wonderful opportunity to bring folks together to try and figure out what the right path forward was for Idaho.
But the HAT committee did not come to a consensus to their self, and
Correct.
The public support on this has been split. It's been 50-50, correct? Ish.
Yes, and you can look, I provided yesterday just for your review.
So this one's not a black and white slam dunk like
Correct.
night optics or thermals, which everyone seems to wanting to get rid of for big game. I'm going to struggle supporting this, I'll be honest. I don't see the problem it's solving. I really don't. I've asked multiple people, and no one's told me the problem that it's solving. The only thing you're saying is you want people to work harder. Well, that's not solving the problem. I had a gentleman, I was sitting in his office, and his transmitting trail cam went off on his cell phone, and he ran around the office and showed everyone the big game, and everyone in the office was excited about it. And so he's growing the sport that way. So we've also got to remember that it's also growing the sport that way by having that transmitting trail cam. So every argument that you have against it, you can have one for it. And I think this is one that we shouldn't give up our rights just because we're not sure what the problem is. And that's where we're at. This is a rule that's, I don't think, going to be able to be enforced, and we shouldn't be able to give up our rights because of a problem that we're not sure that's out there. So,
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I guess I could argue the other side of that statement that Commissioner Charette just shared with us. You know, I think it leads back more to a fair chase type of issue. The ability to track an animal in real time can give you an unfair advantage, I would say. And so I think that I think it's something that the commission should consider, because I think that there's really some benefits to higher harvest rates by being able to track an animal in real time across the terrain.
Commissioner Harshbarger.
The thought that comes to me is a little different angle on that. You know, we talk about density of hunters, you know, and opportunity. Everybody wants the opportunity to hunt, yet then we complain like that gentleman the other day about too many fishermen. Same thing we get with hunters, too many of this, too many of that. One thing that comes to me on is, and from a fish and game standpoint, is we're trying to manage these numbers. You know, and like in my region right now, we're blessed with an overabundance of elk and deer, and we got to figure it out. And so there's all sorts of complex issues. If we take this real-time camera off the table, I think we're taking a tool out of our toolbox for the fish and game ourselves to manage these things. You know, like, I guess to Jordan's comment, you know, that guy that was in his office seeing the buck, he wasn't up driving the roads because he was in his office working. And so he was being selective, so maybe our traffic could be less, maybe our opportunity, we'd have the opportunity to hunt or be more effective on our take and on our management versus having to be up there beating the brush every day, which Ron's points are valid too. But I think we'd be taking a tool out of our toolbox if we take this away. And on the fair chase thing too, I can see both sides of that, but I'm not so sure that, you know, they're gonna die one way or the other. It looks to me like that's our job to manage these in wildlife. We ought to be effective and in the most humane way possible to do it. As far as long range goes, two different subjects, I guess.
Mr. Chair.
Other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to underscore what Commissioner Davies has said and perhaps expand or highlight on that. It certainly saves time in the field, reduces time and work, and there's less people out there. So, you know, I get that. Our culture is increasingly busy, and I'm thinking about the next generation. Can you imagine how busy it's going to be if it continues? And so I question changes in tech that reduces field experience. Everyone in this room has fieldcraft experience with tracking and trying to understand where that elk's going to be 3 days from now, because repeated visits to the field, maybe sign, so forth. And a reduction that extends to future generations, which this is going to do. It's going to put technology in the hands of folks that haven't even been born yet. And I think not just perhaps, but they will have an erosion of these skills and experience to do basic fieldcraft and tracking. So in addition to the fair chase and hunting skills. So not only do I question it, I'm trying to think 20, 30, and 50 years ahead, and just adding more tech to less capability for future generations to experience what we're doing now, all of us out there. And I think that would be really shorting those generations. We see what happens day to day with these things, right? They're very handy, and they keep me from going to my bank. That's great. They keep me from doing I shouldn't say keep me. They reduce my time in my own little administrative world of trying to be Tim Murphy, you know. And I've slowly lost some basic skills. So I just won't be able to support this one. Thank you.
Other input? Well, I'll put my oar in the water. I haven't had a chance yet. And I have the same concerns the Hat Group had. Affordability, there are people that can afford 50 of these cameras. They can sit and have all their hunting partners come over and watch NFL football, and they've got a competitive advantage. They'll know where those game animals are, and we're trying to have good ethics and fair chase ethics, and it just didn't seem fair that you sit in your living room, wait for the hot spot to pop up, and then you drive out to that spot. So that's where I come down. I support it. Commissioner Shred.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. But you're getting that information, whether it's on an SD card or you're getting it on your cell phone, you're still getting that information. You can still pattern the animals. You still can pattern the bugs. Really, the only thing we're talking about is whether you want the individual to go up and retrieve that SD card and get that same information they're getting on their cell phone when it's transmitted, or if they're just going to get that cell phone transmitted in real time. And that's the only thing you're talking about. You're still getting that information. And then, just a rhetorical question, has that trail cam ever helped you harvest an animal? I had a guy tell me the other day, he says it actually has made it harder for him to harvest animals because he's watching it in real time. He says he's had better luck on the SD. Now, that's theoretical. That's each individual is different, but you're still getting that same information. The only thing we're talking about is whether you're making them walk to the hills to get the SD card or they're getting it in real time on their cell phone. That's the only difference. No?
Commissioner Dave.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to comment back on Commissioner Charrette's comments there, but you're getting it in real time, and I think that's the biggest difference. Having to walk out and check those trail cameras is you're not aware of the animal's movements in that area at that potential time. The way you're getting this information now, you're getting it and able to walk out there with a very high probability of having that animal still in that area.
Mr. Chairman, I love this. Thanks, Mr. Commissioner Davies. I absolutely love the conversation. I had a nephew last year harvest his first bull elk off of a wallow that he had a trail camera set up, had it patterned. He went and sat down on that trail camera, and 10 minutes later, he knew that elk was coming in. Again, he got that all off of SD cards and had it patterned. You're just talking about whether it's coming to your cell phone or whether it's on the SD card, and I don't think we should be able to give that up at this point in time. But I will end on that.
Other comments or discussion? Commissioner Ebert.
I do appreciate the discussion, and you're bringing up some points that I hadn't thought of, and I appreciate that. And I'm thinking of it this way. If a cop can have a camera and do radar and send me a ticket in the mail versus if the cops actually has to be there, he's going to write me a whole lot more tickets. You know, just if you want to kind of look at it that way. But I guess I'm interested if there's further discussion, and live feed from a trail camera, I got to be honest, just seems a little bit, I don't know if distasteful is the right word for me, but is that really hunting to, oh, I need to go right now? I mean, I struggle with that, I guess.
Commissioner.
Yeah, this is just point of information. Where do we go from here? Like, do we put this to a vote whether we want it to go out, or can we specify, like, we want this more public comment on this to decide when it comes back to us in November? I guess that's what I'm asking, because obviously I think the commission's split. I think we should get some more public comment on it to make sure we're making the decision that's wanted by the sportsman.
Mike, do you have any comments?
No, I'm soaking it all up.
Okay. Commissioner
Mr. Chairman,
Davis.
Amber, could you address Commissioner Charrette's comments there at the end as far as reaching out for more public comment?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. We definitely can. So The way that the rules will be packaged at the end is one motion, but that one motion you can modify with the help of Owen however you would like that motion to read. And there is one good opportunity still left if there are a couple things that you're questioning that we can do an actual survey specific to that item, worded slightly different than potentially it was during the survey that was given to everybody else. So that is possible if there are certain areas that you are still very uncomfortable with. We have a decent window still to be able to do that. Just with the understanding that when we bring that final rule to you in November, that will be putting it into that pending phase, which puts it into the action before the legislature. So yes, you can definitely direct us to do that.
I think that would be great to get a little bit more public comment on this and feedback so we don't swing and miss on this, because I think there's been good arguments on both sides, and I think it's easy to make the arguments on both sides, and it's whatever the population wants. And I'll make that motion at the end if you want, so.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, I was going to give a summary of the comments that we actually received, just so you have an idea, but I'm not going to do that for the sake of time if we are going to go back out and ask for public input.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so if and as you give us the approval to take these forward as proposed rules, then all of them will be available for public comment, right? The whole suite. And so I think the question that I'd want clarity for is, are you asking us, if we include the trail cam piece in the docket as a proposed rule, are you asking us to specifically go out and get some additional survey information specific to that question, or just fold it into the broader process of proposed rulemaking? So you don't need to answer that yet, but we'll need to know what that direction is. And spoiler alert, I think I would have been disappointed if we didn't have good, robust discussion on this topic, because the HAT group had robust discussion on it. There's been a lot of robust discussion on it in the public, and you can see that reflected in the comments. A lot of people have spent a lot of hours wrestling with this because there's no right or wrong. It just comes down to a values question. And so, the upside is you can't make a wrong decision. The downside is that you have to make a decision one way or another, and you're probably going to disappoint about half the public. So I don't think that's going to change with our next survey, but we can try to get a little bit more clarity on that. So yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may briefly, some of the feedback I got was, I think it's important for the public to understand that this Fish and Game Commission does not have the ability to outlaw live trail cameras for personal, everyday bird watching, recreational use of your choosing. We are only talking about hunting and use of hunting for big game ungulates. And I don't think a lot of the public really understands that. We can't just outlaw those. We can outlaw them for one certain use, and that's it.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, thanks for that comment. And just to make sure, I think there's an understanding in here, but anybody tracking this conversation, just to clarify, we are not talking about private land. We are talking about federal or state or locally owned government land.
So, sounds like what we're talking about is moving forward with this, with the caveat that we get more public input on the camera side before we make the final decision. Is that where?
That was, I don't know if that's what the commission wants. That was just an idea I had, which I've had many ideas that are bad, so that might fall under that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So, Amber, you're still working your way through. She's got some more ground to cover. And then I think where we're at is that when you vote on whether to take these out as proposed rules, just a discussion from the commission on whether you specifically want us to get make a concerted effort to get some additional survey information on this question, or just let it be part of the proposed rule docket and the public can comment as they see fit. That's the only question that I would have going forward.
Okay?
Can I ask a clarifying question? There's survey information, which is like this statewide type deal, and then there's the public comment process. So I just want a clear distinction, because again, this statewide survey that we did is statistically representative of the greater Idaho hunting public, and it does ask a question specific to transmitting trail cameras. So we do have survey information. We could do a survey that goes into more detail on the caveats about when is it or when is it not, but I don't know how helpful that would necessarily be, because it would likely still come out 50-50 based off of this survey. So there's survey information, and then there's the second round of public comment on this. So there's as far as direction from the commission, that's from my perspective, that's an important distinction to make on which path we go down.
And Mr. Chairman, we can be pretty prescriptive in some of that public comment direction if we
Okay.
so choose. Okay,
So proceed.
thank you, sir. I've got like 30 seconds and then you can have that big discussion.
Sorry.
Good conversation, really good conversation. So section 411, motorized hunting rule language. The changes were primarily from a response to the Big Game Hunter Survey of 2024 and staff input. So staff looked at areas of low use and places where restrictions could be reduced and arrived at the changes that you see on the screen. And then section 420, staff updated language to allow different reporting options and added a return of tag provisions for bighorn sheep, mountain goat, and other species if unsuccessful. Section 500 adds a private property provision for hunting or pursuing mountain lions or wolves near an active feeding site. We talked about it earlier. It was to do with trapping. This is specific to hunting. And then 610 adds a new section for the herd health kill authorization that gives the director more prescriptive authority by rule. He already has authority in statute. This is more prescriptive to issue kill authorizations to private landowners for management of wildlife disease. It also includes a provision that a landowner can keep edible portions of animals taken for personal use, plus any other big game animal they may lawfully possess. And then finally, 700 and 702 sections were moved from Chapter 17. Notable changes are removing plastic and metal from the language of prohibited material and simply stating the need for a rigid container. Also modified was language around land management agency bait site authorizations, making not more than 3 bait sites allowed unless on private land or a land management agency provides written authorization. And then finally, 703 section was reauthorized by the commission this year in temporary rule, and this is simply making it a permanent addition. Any questions for everything as a whole before we dig back into that conversation?
Commissioner Charette.
Thanks. Mr. Chairman, Amber, I appreciate it. Appreciate you letting me ask these questions. I would say in the southeast, the number one question or phone calls I get is about the health of the mule deer herd, which is heading in the right direction. I'm happy to report. The second one, though, is about the ineffectiveness of being able to enforce the motorized hunt rule restriction. Can you tell me if there was conversations about changing that to where it was easier to enforce, or not as that didn't cause problems for people that wanted to do it the right way? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
It does make sense, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I am going to have to find somebody to help me with that. Chief Wooten is no longer part of the agency, and so he was the one that really led that charge. So I'm hoping somebody back here might be able to help me answer that question, maybe?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director, I'll certainly do my best. So with anything regarding enforcement related, it's officer discretion is the key, correct? Sometimes it's hard to interpret what the individual is, what activity they're performing out in the hills, right? So it's obviously legal to camp in, or to take a motorized vehicle, travel into your campsite, and then hunt from that location, right? Without using the motorized vehicle, whatever it might be, UTV, ATV, or whatnot. Like I said, officer discretion is the key, but we need to document that out in the field, which is sometimes a challenge. Are they truly traveling to their hunt site and will be hunting from there? Or did an officer observe that individual riding the ATV, UTV, stopping, shooting the animal, and then set up camp, right? And so sometimes it is a challenge to enforce just for that reason. So unless an officer is specifically there and witnesses it or gets a credible report, sometimes enforcement action isn't taken. So in that case, we would educate and just advise the hunter or hunters that this is the process that needs to be followed in the future. So does that someone answer your question?
Yeah, but it also, was there any conversation about making it more black and white, more enforceable? I would say 90% of my phone calls that I get on this, they love the intent of the motorized hunt rule. But the execution of it is a swing and a miss. And I think a lot of the people that I talk to, they just want to know that they're not going to have a problem. They want to know, and realistically, the way that the laws are written, if they're up there hunting sage-grouse, pine grouse, then that's legal. It's just for big game. If they're hunting coyotes, then it's legal. I have heard rumors that people are putting a sleeping bag on their four-wheeler and saying that they're camping, even though they're coming out every night, just in case they get pulled over. So I think a lot of the 80% that are following the rules are getting frustrated by the other 20% that aren't, and it's making it hard to be enforced in that. So I was just curious if there was conversation on the motorized hunt rule to make it more black and white, to where everyone, so there's not the discretion. So, and are we setting the COs up for success up there? If they come across a four-wheeler and a guy says, I got my 300 Win Mag and I'm pine grouse hunting, are we setting them up for success up there?
Mr. Chairman, Director, Commissioners, Josh Royce, Regional Supervisor of Southwest Region. Speaking for Chief Wooten, who obviously isn't here, recognizing Commissioner Charette that was a major issue and has been since the inception of the motorized hunt rule. Previous director and Director Fredericks continued with a small working group amongst staff, relevant staff, that went on for many, many years, trying to address this issue. It is an imperfect rule that tries to do a handful of things, and it does have some inherent issues, but it's worth noting that that small working group conducted a whole array of public surveys, reaching out to the public and staff, trying to find ways to bolster or modify that rule. So the work that you're referencing was done, and Chief Wooten presented to this body a year ago, I believe, the conclusion of that small working group with some small modifications. And if I'm remembering this correctly, I think Dan was on this as well, so correct me if I'm wrong. The gist of what we heard from the public was, yeah, we wish it was easier to enforce and understand, and we recognize that there are some loopholes there, certainly many of which you just referenced, and they do exist, but by and large, the general public was in support of the rule existing as it was, feeling that it did help more than it harmed. So just wanted to mention that a lot of that public outreach had been done and was not done in this process as I understand it. So two separate operations.
Thanks, Josh.
Any other questions? Discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, and thanks for the help from the field out there on answering that question. The one thing to also remember is that at the time that this rule was developed, we were way behind with the federal agencies in terms of travel planning. And so we've made a lot of headway in some of our units in terms of completion of travel plans that have identified routes for motorized use and not. And so that's taken a lot of the pressure on it. And that was actually part of the discussion about, do we need this anymore? Is it because of all the inherent challenges that Josh talked about? Has it served its purpose? And because it's not perfect, can we make it better? Difficult to make it better, but we did hear clearly that it still does serve a purpose. Appreciating everything that you said about the challenges enforcement, but bottom line being that a lot of the areas where we had big issues, we don't now because of travel plans being in place.
I'll go on record saying I'm one of the ones that love the intent behind it. I think it's awesome. And so, I think the intent behind it is awesome. And so, I just want to say one other thing, Amber. I know this was a huge project for the last, I think it's been 2 years in the making, and to come today and bring it forth, and literally you have one commissioner that's being a pain in the hind end, but everyone else is enjoying, you did an awesome job, and I think that can't go unstated. Like you killed it, you did a really good job, killed it in a good term. It was phenomenal. So thank you for doing this. I know it was a huge task, and you did really well today, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. It was definitely a team effort.
So, any other questions, comments, discussion? So what I think we're looking for is an amended motion, maybe do you want to help us out with that?
Mr. Chairman, we can proceed with the motion as is.
Okay.
Because it goes to the proposed process with the understanding that staff needs to be more prescriptive in how we solicit comments specific to the technology section.
Okay.
So moved? Can I say,
So,
is that a so moved, or is that a?
No,
Okay.
we need a motion.
I will happily make this motion. Do I need to reiterate that, or it's understood?
Your mic's off.
Dang it, for once. I move the commission adopt the proposed rules as presented with authority for the department to make non-substantial edits in the proofreading process. Is that the right one? Okay. I'll start over. I move the commission adopt the proposed rules as presented with the authority for the department to make non-substantial edits in the proofreading process that do not alter the sense, meaning, or effect of the rules. Is that it? Okay.
Okay.
I'd
Motion's
second
been made.
that.
You'd second it, Don? Chairman Ebert? Okay, any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It's approved. Okay. Now we're down to outfitter allocation. Rick?
Yeah, keep your seatbelts on. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, good morning.
Good morning.
So this morning I'll be presenting you with an overview of staff proposals on outfitter allocation for general season hunts, uncapped elk zones and general season deer units for the 2026 season. Before I get into the nitty-gritty of that, I'm going to give you just a brief background of some of the history of outfitter allocation, some high-level stuff. It's just a few graphs, but there's a couple of points in there to take away that I think I know some commissioners have expressed interest in that. So I'm gonna go ahead and start with that. One thing to keep in mind when we get into the specific 2026 things, there is a handout in your box I put in there yesterday evening. It is, looks like this. So this is what we will be specifically talking about in a moment. So this graph, you've actually seen this before. Tara Reichert and I presented to the commission in January of 2024 on some tag sale information. This graph goes back to 2003 to 2024. These are tags purchased, outfitter tags purchased. In orange are non-residents, green are residents, so these are hunters that went hunting with an outfitter. The blue line going across there is the outfitter allocation. So this particular graph is controlled season elk. The first year of controlled hunt allocation from the department was 2000. So I did not include the first 2 years of this because our tag sale information is a little, well, we've had 3 different vendors over the life of this graph right here. And so those 2 years, or those first 3 years, the data is not super reliable. So I left that off there. This really is just, you know, a couple of things to take away from this. I think it's really interesting looking at the trend of the allocation. It increases here and there as we have limited elk hunts through conversion from general hunts to controlled hunts. We've increased allocation. Beginning in 2021, and I can't completely explain that, you see an increase, the green increases, so that's the number of residents, but overall, outfitters were taking a lot more clients than what we had allocated tags for, which is basically the hunter brings their own tag, and then that gets recorded as an outfitter use. Same graph, this is deer. Similar pattern, again, started in 2000. The big jump you see from 2017 to 2018 in both use and in allocation, that was a time when the department limited or converted several over-the-counter general season hunts in the backcountry, converted those to unlimited controlled, and that triggered the need to allocate because outfitters could no longer go get tags over the counter like they could previously. And on that note, I should mention that going back to 2000, the whole intent of allocation at that time, as it's been explained to me, is that allocation was set up as a safety net for outfitters. So up until 2000, tags outfitters could get tags over the counter for their clients, or the client could get it and then go to the outfitter. The whole idea when a hunt is limited, the idea of allocation is to create that safety net for outfitters that could no longer go get that tag on their own. Again, looking at this particular graph, the increase in 2021, we see that again similar to what we saw with elk. Allocation was on controlled hunts was fairly level up until 2018 and then has been fairly level ever since. Use is variable. Looking at general season hunts now, this graph starts well, I'm going to go back for a second. So I'd ask you to look at the numbers on the left, 0 to 350. So 350 is the top number in that graph. Compared to general season hunts, and this is elk, not deer, but that goes to 3,000. So just to make sure you understand that the number of tags we're talking about here under general season frameworks is really about tenfold over what you see in controlled hunts. So the first allocation for general season elk was in 1998, and that was when the department went to elk zones, and the first capped elk zone was the Lolo B tag. So that was the first. Again, tags were limited. They were no longer available just over the counter. That kicked allocation into gear. So that is the first year of outfitter allocation, is 1998. Again, I did not put 1998, 1999 on here because of the tag sale data is questionable. So this one starts at 2000, and that year we also capped the Selway B and the Middle Fork A and B. So that's where that starts in 2000. Again, green is resident, orange is non-resident. One thing to keep in mind, prior to 2021, all you see it's all orange bars, no green. There certainly were some residents that went with outfitters in those years. Our data does not, looking backwards, the data does not clarify for us the number of residents versus non-residents that went on those hunts. So something to keep in mind, that's just undoubtedly, there were residents in there, just is not reflected in this graph. So on the, you can see the steady increase in outfitter allocation, the blue line. 2008, 2009 is the start of the recession. We saw a marked decrease in the number of non-residents coming to Idaho, including those going with outfitters. Allocation continued to increase as zones were capped. Leveled out in about 2010 for a while. Hunter numbers decreased, then they began increasing again, and allocation was pretty level until 2021, and that is, of course, 2021 is the first year, the first season where we limited non-residents at the, for uncapped elk zones as well as capped. So that's what that dashed black line represents, is that change. So 2021 forward, there is additional allocation for those uncapped elk zones. So that's why you see that big jump there. Another interesting thing on this graph, I think, is the difference you see in from allocation to actual tags used. So you see a lot of white in there, especially during the recession, but then it jumps again. And over the last 4 years, there's quite a bit of space between the blue line and the orange bars. And what that is, those are the tags that are unsold or returned to the department, and those are primarily Lolo, Selway, and Middle Fork tags that are not being used to their full. So those are all capped elk zones. Outfitter allocation is fixed. So those tags are allocated. They're not necessarily purchased by outfitters. And then the same graph for deer. Again, there's no green prior to 2021. That's probably not real. Similar pattern, not quite the same numbers. The top of that graph is 2,000 instead of 3,000 like it was on elk. Again, you see the dip from the recession starts to increase. And then in 2021, again, we limited non-residents at the unit level for deer. Interesting to note on this one, there was no allocation for deer because there didn't need to be prior to 2021. So there is no blue line there. So allocation for general season deer units began with the 2021 season. And that's, you can see that the blue line up at the top there on the right side of the graph, allocation has exceeded actual use for all 4 years. And there's a long story behind why that is and how allocation numbers came to be. Briefly, prior to 2021, outfitter use reporting was done in a different manner. It was collected by the Idaho Outfitters and Guides Licensing Board. It was based on species hunted and the time that they were hunting, not by the tag type used or the residency of the hunter. So the reporting that went into the allocation was conservative, I guess. It was higher than I think what was actually used. So with that, before I move into the 2026 allocation portion, are there questions on that? One thing I will throw out there, we had a discussion about, the history of allocation and what, how much information is out there, what we know, what we still need to find out. So if there is a desire from the commission to have a more in-depth dissertation on the history of allocation in Idaho, we can put that together. That's not something I can do in short order, but something we could do potentially for a future commission meeting if there's a desire to do that. Several of the people that were involved in the original allocation in the department are now retired, but accessible. So that would take some work on our part, but we could certainly do that. So that's an ask of the commission. Is that something you would like to see more of in the future?
Commissioner Davies.
Mr. Chairman, Rick, I certainly would like to see that, and I do have a couple of follow-up questions after we decide if that's going to be the case, but as one commissioner, I would like to see us move toward getting a more in-depth discussion of that.
I can always use a little education there too, that'd be great.
I see a lot of heads nodding, so.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we will commit to doing that, and is November a reasonable time period for that?
Sure. Okay, you had some follow-up
But
questions?
yeah, just a couple generalized questions, Rick, about allocation. So is Idaho unique in the fact that we do allocate tags directly to outfitters as opposed to the selling of tags to non-residents and them finding an outfitter?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, it varies widely by state. We are not the only one that does that, but there's several different models out there. But there's nobody else quite like Idaho in that regard. That much I do know. So, and it.
It's a nice quote.
Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, from my understanding, I do not have a complete understanding of how every state allocates or how they, if they allocate, and what that looks like. Some states, I know, have a draw, like Oregon has a draw for outfitter tags. The hunter puts in for that draw, but then is required to use an outfitter if they draw that tag. There are states that have no allocation for deer or elk. And then, of course, there's states like Alaska that, for certain species, require non-residents to go with an outfitter. And there's everything in between. So if you'd like, we could provide a summary of that in November.
I think that'd be great, yeah. Yes, thank you. I think it's,
I have one question, Rick. Last year, how many outfitter allocated tags did we approve?
Mr. Chairman, I will get to that in just a moment.
Okay.
So, for general deer units and uncapped elk zones, I will throw a number out there that will include the capped elk zones, but I don't have that information in front of me for controlled hunts.
Okay, and then the follow-up question was how much of that was used? Was all of it used, or were some of them turned back?
Mr. Chairman, yes. The pattern is that a lot of those are turned back, and those are mostly coming from capped elk zones.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, moving on. So what we're going to talk about now specifically is 2026 outfitter allocation and non-resident tag numbers for general season deer units and uncapped elk zones. So as a reminder, and this was where the handout might come in a little bit handy, non-resident limits are set for 2 years at a time. Currently, we're in they coincide with a big game season setting, so right now we are in the middle of, well, not quite in the middle of, but the non-resident limits have been set for 2025 and 2026. And the commission did that last July. So the non-resident limits are your 10 or 15% limits that are applied to the total number of hunters at the unit level and the uncapped elk zone level. And if you look at your handout, and you open that up on, well, any of the tables, except for the front page there, have several columns. Just looking at the elk A tag, on page 2, you have all the zones listed there. That second column says non-resident limit percent. And that's when we're talking about the non-resident limit, those are the percents that were determined way back in 2020, the percents that apply at the uncapped elk zone or the unit level. The next column over, non-resident limit 2025-2026, is what you approved last July. That is simply taking the average, the 5-year average total number of hunters, applying that percentage in that first column, you get that next number. I will get to base allocation in a moment. I also am going to talk a little bit about the outfitter set aside, and I'll go into some detail about that and what has changed lately on that in terms of rule, and then we'll get into the actual 2026 outfitter allocation and the resulting non-resident, non-outfitted tag numbers. Just real briefly, this is a little brochure we put together every year now that puts all this information in one spot. We just call it the non-resident supplement, but it puts into one place the number of non-resident tags, outfitter allocation, and in the case of capped elk zones, which we put in here for just to make so that all elk zones are in one spot, the total cap. And one of the reasons we do this so early, so we're talking about 2026 right now, and we haven't even got the 2025 season. So as Tara Reichert was mentioning, we've had an over-the-counter tag sale in December. We're going to a draw system. That's an early tag sale process. So this informs that. This is what sets the number for that tag draw that will happen in December. These are the numbers that will go into that. And it's important to note that this whole process that I'm talking about has not changed. The draw system is not about the numbers. It's about how the tags go out the door, basically, or how they're distributed to non-residents. So those numbers do not change, or will not change because of the draw system. They will change because of this. And after approval of the 2026 outfitter allocation and non-resident tag numbers, we will put together another brochure for the 2026 season like this that will be on our website and at the front desks in the regions. So, statewide limits for non-residents for general season hunts. 12,815 for elk, 15,500 for deer. These have been in place, they're spelled out in rule. They've been in place for decades. Very little has changed in terms of these numbers. These are statewide limits on the total number of non-residents for general season hunts. They do not, however, by themselves limit the distribution of non-residents within the state. So in 2020, new rule was put in place by the commission that limited the non-resident tags in each general deer unit or uncapped elk zone to limit the number of non-residents to no less than 10% of the 5-year average total number of hunters. And as I mentioned a minute ago, last July, the commission adopted the non-resident limits for the 2025 and 2026 seasons. That was the third iteration of this process. The first iteration was for the 2021-2022 seasons. That process put in place those percent limits, the 10%, the 15%, and worth mentioning, there are backcountry deer units where that percentage was capped at the status quo, high number of non-residents, low overall hunter density. So that put into place those percentages. Those percentages have been carried forward 2 more times. So those 10 and 15% at the unit and zone level have stayed the same. The average number of hunters used to calculate the overall non-resident limit has changed. The outfitter set-aside is spelled out in rule. And what that does, this outfitter set-aside comes from those total non-resident limits, your 15.5, your 12.815. The outfitter set-aside is the allocated tags we're going to talk about come out of that outfitter set-aside. So that outfitter set-aside now is established by commission proclamation. And it can be set to a specific number. Previously, that number was in rule. And we'll get to that in a minute. There's an action item specific to set aside. That outfitter set aside for elk, it includes both uncapped and capped elk zones. And tags allocated to outfitted hunters come from that set aside. So it's a little bit it's process, but it's a necessary step. So important to note that this outfitter set-aside can be no more than 25% of those total non-resident limits. And I'll give you specific numbers on that, where we stand with that right now in a moment. But that set-aside represents the ceiling on outfitter allocation. So outfitter allocation cannot exceed that 25%. That's important because the ceiling for outfitter allocation is set at the statewide level. I will talk specifically about the unit and zone level in a minute. And then in 2024, we had a new rule that established the initial tag use number. That's the term in rule. to me, intuitively, it makes a lot more sense just to call it the base allocation. That is the floor for allocation. So in general deer units and uncapped elk zones. So allocation, that was based on the 2021 and 2022 highest use at the time, but that sets the floor. Allocation will not go below that, and that number stays the same each year. Outfitters can then earn additional use through taking basically hunters who bring their own tags. That can then get added on top of that, and I'll get into a little more specifics on that in a moment. So the initial tag use number, as I just said, it was the higher tag use of 2021 and 2022. It'll remain the same for the zone or unit or hunt area for subsequent consecutive years in which non-resident tag limits apply. And then this part, the commission will allocate an additional number of tags subject to a maximum of 50% of the remaining non-resident tag limit. Lots of words. So what this says is, I'll just give a off-the-cuff example, so hopefully my math will work. If there are 100, if the total non-resident limit is 100, and the base allocation, it's 100 tags, base allocation is 10 tags. So 100 minus 10, that's 90 non-resident, non-outfitted tags. Well, if the outfitter takes additional clients that bring their own tag, they can earn that. Let's say they take 5. So the next year they would be allocated 15 tags, and the non-resident limit would be 85. There is a ceiling at the unit level as well. It's in this case, 10's the base allocation, 100's the total limit. Outfitters could theoretically earn up to another 45 tags, or 50% of the 90. Right? So 90 is the remaining number of tags. That's kind of theoretical. Those numbers get pretty big, and then you're limited at the statewide level by the outfitter set aside. Okay, don't know if that made any sense. Made sense in my head, but you're nodding, so I'll take that as a yes. So I will go through an example. So in this case, I pulled up the Salmon Zone A tag with some current numbers, and this is actually in the tables you have there. So the base allocation established 2 years ago was 41. That's based on the highest use of 2021 and 2022 outfitter allocation. The historical use addition, and that is in the table as well, that is the highest use over the last 2 years, so 2023 and 2024, the highest use above the base allocation. So that's an additional 3 tags. So basically, they took 44 hunters either last year or the year before. So you simply add those two together, you get 44. So that is the proposed 2026 allocation for the Salmon Zone A tag. The next step in that process is to determine the total number of non-resident tags for 2026. So 98, that is also in the table. That is the non-resident limit for 2025 and 2026, and that is a 15% limit on total number of hunters. Take out the 44, which is the 2026 proposed allocation, you end up with 54 as the remaining number of non-resident, non-outfitted tags. Similar example with deer this time, Unit 66, regular deer tag. 33 is the base allocation. Again, established based on the highest use of 2021 and 2022. That 33 will not change unless through commission proclamation at some future point. They took an additional 5 hunters, either last year, year before, or both. Add those together, you get 38. So that is the proposed 2025 allocation. 151 is the total non-resident limit. Again, that's 15% of the 5-year average. Take out the 38, you end up with 113 non-resident, non-outfitted tags. So this is on the front of your handout. This is just a summary of basically adding up all the tables that you have in front of you. One thing to keep in mind is the way this is all structured, the commission approves things at the zone and unit level, not at the summary level. So that's why you have an 8-page handout with all those numbers in it. But real quickly, looking at, I think what's interesting to look at is how things have changed from one year to another. So green column there, you have the total non-resident limits. That's your 10 or 15%. The asterisks down at the bottom for the 2 deer tag types, if you add those up, it's more than 15,500. So the statewide limit kicks in. So all those tags can't actually go out the door. And then the proposed 2026 outfitter allocation, that is just summing up everything you have in the tables there. How that changed from 2025. So there is additional allocation proposed for this year. You can see the numbers right there, the summed up numbers. Mostly pretty small increases. Regular deer is interesting. It's fluctuated a lot over the last 3 years. It went down quite a bit and then is creeping back up with relatively small additions at the unit level. Same thing with white-tailed deer. And then in the tan column there, the first one, that's just the math of you take the total non-resident limits, subtract out the proposed 2026 allocation, that's the number you get. And then on the right, the change from 2025 is a little bit misleading because on elk A tag, the Dworshak A tag was capped in March of this year, which basically took it out of this process, and because capped elk zones work a different way, so that is why you see a decrease of 184 non-resident tags. And then similarly with on the elk B tag, the Weezer B tag was uncapped in March of this year, so you see an increase of 313 non-resident tags. So that's those numbers can be a little misleading if you're not aware of that. And with that, I would, I will throw out there the staff recommendation and then I'll stand for questions. But so staff recommends that the commission set aside general season elk and deer tags from the 2026 statewide non-resident limits, with the number of tags to be determined as the sum of the initial tag use number and the higher of the 2023-2024 use data. And just to be clear, that is what you have in those tables in front of you.
Mr. Chairman, so just so I'm understanding that, outfitter set aside, you're talking about uncapped elk zones. Because if I read that and it says tags to be determined as the sum of the initial tag use or base allocation and the highest of the 23-24, you're not suggesting we put historical use on capped zones?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, you are correct that the outfitter set aside does include capped elk zones, and no, we are not recommending to recalculate capped elk zones. Yeah, that's a good catch. If you add up capped elk zones as they exist now with the recommendations for allocation for the uncapped elk zones, that adds up to 3,018 general season elk tags. So yes, capped elk zones are included in the set aside, but they're not part of the recalculation. So that 3,018 is right now is about 23.5% of the of the non-resident limit. And the cap, well, I shouldn't use that term. The upper limit on that is 25%. And for deer, for the general season deer units, 1,904 general season deer tags, or about 12.5%.
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, capped elk zones, you are proposing then that they stay at the base allocation?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, we're not proposing anything with capped elk zones. No change to capped elk zones.
No change, however, we will have the same allocation that we had previously.
Correct. And Commissioner Ebert, I think the sample motion states it more clearly than maybe the staff recommendation that did not take into consideration the capped elk zones.
Mr. Chairman, Rick, I just want to make sure I understand this. The reason this is being reallocated and not the cap zones is because the non-resident tags are done off of the percentage of resident hunters the previous year, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, close. It is, it is the total number of hunters, the 5-year average total number of hunters, which would include non-residents.
Okay.
So your 10-year 15%, yeah, it's based on the total number of hunters. The way it sits right now, so the non-resident limits are done every 2 years. Outfitter allocation right now has been done on an annual basis. There is a rule that would permit the commission to do it on a 2-year cycle. We've kind of stayed away from that, and I explained this last year, because of all the changes going on with the draw system and allocation.
One more follow-up. What is considered demonstrated use? Can you give a definition? Like what is demonstrated use?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, and I might have to defer to Tara on this. There's verified use and there's certified use. I guess that doesn't really matter. The outfitters have to come into the office by December 20th of each year. And basically they submit a form that says that they outfitted for a client. For each tag has a form. There are certain exceptions to that. Drop camps don't count as use. There are some things specified in rule, but overall it's fairly broad.
Yeah, Rick, I still have the same question. I guess I know what 25's allocation was if I take the changes from 25 off, but how many tags were used in 25? Allocated tags were used, and how many were turned back? I didn't see that in the presentation.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, that is not in my presentation, and I believe we provided that for 2024, I think we provided that to the commission in January. Obviously 2025 we don't have yet because the season hasn't happened yet, but yeah, we generally follow up with the commission in January with an outfitter use report, and I don't know off the top of my head what those numbers are, but we can certainly dig it up. Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Davies.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. You know, looking through the numbers particularly on table 2 on the elk numbers, there's some really glaring, in my opinion, issues with some of those tags. If you look at the Lemhi A tag, currently the outfitters get 71% of those tags, and the historical use addition is another 14, which is going to take it to 77% of the non-resident tags available. I guess I'm thinking that, you know, I realize that's kind of an anomaly in the tag list here, but there's several of them that are, I guess, approaching 50-50 split between outfitter allocated and non-resident, non-allocated tags. I know we're going through some changes with the draw system. I'm having a hard time with the numbers continuing to climb like this that are going to potentially lock out or severely limit the non-resident, non-outfitted tag holders. And I would hope that the commission, you know, as we move forward, will look at
at making some changes perhaps to do that. I guess when we put that rule in 24 into effect, I think that I misunderstood, and I thought that the 50% was going to be the cap, the maximum amount that would go to an outfitter per tag. But it was 50% of what's left on the table, correct? So anyway, I wanted to point that out for the rest of the commission to look at and think about, because I think that you know, there's some pretty glaring numbers in there that we're going to have to consider moving forward. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, this is action item.
Mr. Chairman, there's a sample motion on the screen for you.
All right, I'll do it.
Commissioner Harshberger.
I'd like to move the commission set aside 3,018 elk tag, general season elk tags, 1,904 general season deer tags, from the 2026 statewide non-resident limits for sale to persons that have entered into the agreement to use the services of a licensed outfitter.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Charette. Any other further discussion, comments? Call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. You got your action, Rick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have one other important item to cover, and that is the actual setting of allocation and non-resident tag numbers. Like elk, without no capped anything to worry about here, staff recommends allocation of 2026 outfitter tags by unit and zone as base allocation plus higher tag use of 2023-2024 above base allocation, and that the 2026 non-resident, non-outfitted tags be equal to the 2025-2026 non-resident limit minus the 2025 outfitter allocation. So this is the actual setting of the numbers you see in your tables, the right two columns, which are the outfitter tag allocation and the non-resident, non-outfitted tag numbers.
Discussion? Anybody feel like making that motion?
Mr. Chairman, allow me.
Yeah.
I move the commission adopt staff recommendations for the 2026 outfitter tag allocation and the 2026 general season tag limits for non-residents for elk zones and deer units that are unlimited for residents as presented by staff in the summary tables.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll second that motion.
Okay. Any further discussion, comments? Call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Are you done now, Rick?
Mr. Chairman, I am done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll take a 10-minute break.
We can take 15 if you want. We're fine. Go ahead. Nobody will be back here in 10 minutes.
Director reminded me we have time, so we'll do 15 minutes instead of 10 minutes.
I apologize. You just pushed me out of the way.
Yeah, you're all right.
So we're going to reconvene the meeting, and we're on Sage-grouse season setting. Jennifer?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I will be presenting the department's recommendation for the 2025-2026 sage-grouse hunting season. This will be the 5th year tag is required to hunt sage-grouse in Idaho. The tag system gives us the ability to closely regulate harvest within individual sage-grouse reporting zones. Peer-reviewed management guidelines found that harvest rates below 11% are unlikely to have an important influence on local populations. We limit harvest to less than 10% of our fall population index. Since we can control total harvest under the system, we can offer a longer season, providing flexibility for hunters and reducing concerns about overcrowding and conflicts with other hunter groups. The tag system also provides contact information for each tag holder, so we can target our wing collection and harvest surveys directly to sage-grouse hunters. Wings from hunters provide data on annual chick production and male-to-female ratios. Just a reminder, in general, sage-grouse populations experience natural oscillations in roughly 10-year cycles, as illustrated by the top graph. Because of this, comparing year-to-year changes are not a good indicator of long-term population trends. We propose tags based on the best available data for a given year. This means that when we are in an up cycle, tags will go up, and when we are in a down cycle, tags will go down. With help from our state and federal partners and volunteers, we counted approximately 15,000 males on just under 1,000 verified leks in 2025, which is about the same as last year. To calculate tags for a given year, we start by calculating the allowable harvest. We count males on leks in the spring in each reporting zone. We then account for males not observed during our high counts. We apply a conservative survival rate from males from spring until fall. We then apply an average male to female sex ratio obtained from harvested wings to calculate females, and a median chick to hen ratio from wings over the last population cycle to get juveniles. This year, we calculated allowable harvest at 5% of the fall population index by zone. Once we've calculated allowable harvest, we then apply a predicted harvest success to determine number of tags to offer. For the first tag season in 2021, the Commission took a conservative approach and used a high assumed success rate of 90% to calculate tags offered. This increased tags offered, which is the yellow bar, only a small amount over the allowable harvest calculation, the beige bar. The actual harvest success, however, in that year, meaning the number of tags filled, which is the brown bar, divided by the number of tags sold, the yellow bar, was much lower at 31% success. So the Commission has been incrementally adjusting the assumed success rate through time to move closer to the statewide observed success rate. The allowable harvest, the beige bars, have been increasing each year as birds increase. But the number of tags offered, the yellow bars, has been increasing at a greater rate due to these adjustments in harvest success. In 2024, a 60% assumed success rate was used to determine tags offered. We sold 5,091 tags, had an estimated 2,352 hunters, harvesting 2,508 birds. Statewide harvest has averaged 47% over the last 3 years, but this varies by zone. With 4 years of harvest data, we propose to use average harvest success by zone to calculate tags for this year, instead of a statewide average. The zone-specific harvest success rates are listed in the third column from the left. The fourth column represents the change in male counts from 2024, with gray arrows indicating very slight increases or decreases or no change, and black arrows indicating larger changes. In general, zones with higher success rates and counts that stayed the same or decreased have fewer tags offered this year, and zones with low success and counts that stayed the same or increased have more tags offered this year. The influence of success rate can outweigh counts. In the crater zone, for example, we have fewer birds counted this year, but a very low success rate, which results in more tags per post. But if you look at the last column, you can see the anticipated harvest in that zone is only 190 of the 680 tags proposed because of that low success rate. In short, changes in tag numbers this year are a combination of counts and zone-specific harvest success. More tags offered in a zone does not necessarily mean more birds were counted there. The department's preliminary proposal this year was for 5,420 tags in 12 reporting zones as shown, with strike-through showing 2024 numbers. This is a slight statewide increase of 300 tags from 2024, with increases in some zones and decreases in others, depending on counts and the history of harvest success. Proposed general season dates are from the third weekend in September to the end of October, and the falconry season, which was approved by the Commission in January 2024, runs from August 15th, 2025 through March 15th, 2026. These proposals were available for public review and comment on the department website in late June through early July. There were 217 individual respondents, which is down about 100 from last year. But overall, 81% supported the proposal, which is higher than last year, and 19% did not support. About half of respondents provided additional narrative beyond support or do not support. The most common comments were general support for the opportunity to hunt sage-grouse or personal observations of increasing numbers of birds. This was followed by comments expressing opposition to increasing tags or concerns about population trends. A small number of respondents commented on the cost of tags or the tag system in general, expressed opposition to zone-specific reductions or lack of increases, requested more tags per hunter or falconer, were opposed to hunting sage-grouse in general, or requested that currently closed areas were opened. The department is recommending one change to the preliminary proposal scope with the public. This change impacts tag numbers in Zone 8, the Big Desert. The Idaho National Laboratory is closed to sage-grouse hunting. The INL boundary is outlined in brown. The red dots are locations of LEC counts in 2025. More than 40% of our total count in Zone 8 came from the INL collected by their staff. The footprint of the INL accounts for roughly 40% of the sage-grouse habitat, which is the peach color. We lack data on the proportions of birds counted in the spring on the INL that remain there through the hunting season, but the INL has indicated that some birds are still present there in the fall. Due to the low success rate of this zone and the INL counts, we initially proposed a 73% increase in tags in this zone. Our final recommendation is to exclude the INL data from the calculation, given that the INL is inaccessible to hunters and accounts for so much of the habitat and the birds counted. This results in a recommendation of 550 tags in Zone 8, which is an increase of 7 tags from last year. With that change, the staff recommendations are for 530 tags available in 12 reporting zones, which is approximately the same as last year. This is detailed in the brochure you were provided, and that is what you are voting on. The general season dates run from September 20th to October 31st, 2025, and the previously set falconry season runs from August 15th, 2025 to March 15th, 2026. There are 2 tags per hunter. Tags may only be used in the zone for which they were purchased. All areas not defined within a zone are closed, and the tags are set to go on sale August 1st at 10 a.m., first come, first serve. And that concludes my presentation. I would be happy to stand for questions.
Yes, Mike?
I have a question. Mr. Chairman, I see the fees for non-resident versus resident. Do we know how many people come from non-residents that come to hunt sage-grouse?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, we don't limit the number of non-residents, and it does vary, but on average, I would say we're in the 10%, low teens, although because we have some zones that are very small, that can spike, right? The Bear Lake Plateau zone has few number of tags, and in some years, a large number of non-residents have purchased those tags, which has increased the participation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I had a question. Is the overall population stable to increasing, and what's our capacity?
Mr. Chairman, no, it is decreasing. So the sage-grouse population has been decreasing range-wide since the 1960s, and it is decreasing in Idaho as well. But that is not due to hunting. It's a loss of sagebrush habitat or intact sagebrush habitat across the range.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Commissioner Roach?
We did have West Nile. We had definitely a dip in the population due to West Nile, didn't we?
Sage-grouse are susceptible to, sorry, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, they are susceptible to disease, and we have had incidences of disease outbreaks. But in general, we are seeing this pattern, 10-year pattern, due to precipitation, where they cycle up and cycle down. But when you look at that over the very long term, the lows are getting lower over time.
Mr. Chairman, so help me understand, and I'll say back what I think you said. So you could harvest up to 10% without doing substantial damage to the population. We have opted for half that, or 5%, so we're very conservative in that regard. And then with that, you take a historical success rate, number of tags, success rate, and then you're still lower than what we deem responsible take. But to begin with, the responsible take is half of what potentially it could be.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, yes, we've calculated in our tag formula between 5 and 8%. This year we're using 5%. The reason for that is that we are now using the actual success rate by zone, where in the past we buffered on that end by making that higher than we knew it to be. We've taken out the buffer there, and so by calculating at 5%, that allows success to swing a little and still remain under that 10%.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I just want to comment on how well, as many things in the Fish and Game Department, you guys pretty well have it dialed, and you pretty well, you've put a lot into this, and it's noticed and appreciated.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, thank you. We're constantly trying to improve.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Other question?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Chairman. And in line with Commissioner Ebert's comments, I really appreciate the data-driven and necessarily iterative analysis. There's a lot of change on the landscape to get at some really good harvest recommendations from apex to contraction. And now we have new fire regimes, the last 10, 20 years fire regimes, so that'll exacerbate the work, and it'll be abrupt downturns in population between the 10-year. I have full confidence that the department, as Commissioner Ebert said, has the ability to, if we have, God forbid, a big fire season, to come next year and give us a very reliable recommendation. So thanks for your work.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, thank you. It's because we have the option annually to adjust tags, we can address those issues.
Other comments or discussion? Commissioner Roach?
I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you.
I move the commission adopt the 2025-2026 sage-grouse hunting season and bag and possession limits as presented.
I'd be pleased to second that.
Any further discussion, questions? Okay, call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. That one's done. Now we go to the next one.
Excellent. Thank you. As discussed, the falconry season for sage-grouse extends until March 15th, 2026. However, tags are only valid within a calendar year. To address this discrepancy for the past 4 seasons, the Commission has adopted a discount order, allowing the department to issue tags for the remainder of the season at no charge to falconers who do not fill their tags by the end of the calendar year. We recommend the Commission take similar action this year and issue a discount order allowing the department to issue sage-grouse tags for the winter portion of the 2025-2026 season at no charge to falconers who do not fill their 2025 tag by the end of the calendar year. These tags would be valid through the end of the falconry season, March 15th, 2026. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation.
Yeah, I've got a question. How many tags are we talking about with the falconers?
Mr. Chairman, we don't have a lot of people who are falconry permitted that buy sage-grouse tags. Last year it was about 34.
Okay.
And of that, last year, 6 of them took advantage of the discount order and exchanged 12 tags.
Okay.
So it's not a large number of people.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Charette?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the reason we have to extend it is because we don't set that season till this meeting so we're setting the 25 season right now, and so it goes over. So if we were to I don't even know how to ask that. Do you get what I'm saying? No? All right, fair enough. I don't.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, the falconry season was set in January of 2024. It's that the falconry season extends past the end of the calendar year, and tags are only good for a calendar year.
She nailed it. Yeah, she nailed it.
Okay. Any further questions, discussion? Call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Chair votes aye. You got it.
Thank you.
Mountain Goat Management Plan. Holly.
Good
I
morning.
thought you just knew about sheep, not goats, too.
I'm going to surprise you today. No, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. I'm here to present the Mountain Goat Management Plan Public Input Summary. In May, we got the head nod from you to send the Mountain Goat Management Plan out for public input. During that meeting, Laura Wolf presented the plan and the different chapters and the information that's contained within it. So I'm not going to go back over the plan itself, just the public input we received and the changes that we made to the plan based on that public input. Before I got going, I did want to acknowledge the team that worked on the update of this management plan. Laura Wolf was the team lead, and then we had representation from all the regions that have mountain goats that they manage. So that's David Bernasconi, Nathan Borg, both of those are in the Southwest region. Ivor Hull from Region 2, Jacob Locke, Region 6, Jake Powell, Region 4, Brett Stansberry from Region 7, and Rick Ward provided us some additional guidance from headquarters. So the plan was available for comment on the website from the 22nd of May through June 8th. So that was basically the day that you approved it to go out for public input until June 8th. Our communications team did a great job of rolling that out quickly. Because of the meeting time frame, we were a little bit pinched on the number of days we could keep it out for public input to make it to this meeting to ask for you to adopt the plan. So the webpage was visited by 679 users. Of those, 60 individuals responded to the online comment form. So we'll refer to them as respondents, and by that we mean they said they supported with concerns, or did not support the plan. 88% of the respondents were from Idaho. 73% left additional comments. Those are written comments on the web form that we read and took into account when we made changes to the document. And the department also received written comments from 5 organizations. That was the Idaho Wildlife Federation, the Idaho Wildlife Federation, Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, Idaho Conservation League, Rocky Mountain Goat Alliance, and the Sawtooth National Forest. This is the level of support the plan received from the respondents. 48% of respondents supported the plan. 43% supported the plan with concerns, and 8% of respondents did not support the plan. This is a summary of topics that we got from the written comments. Some people commented on more than one thing when they wrote us comments, particularly the letters that we received and the emails. So we had a lot of general support for the plan in the comments. They also commented on season setting, which we don't directly address in the plan, but we do provide guidance for season setting in the plan. Recreation, there's a great deal of support for the mandatory sex ID training that we have now. People discussed desires to reduce harvest, particularly harvest of nannies. They would like to see more population surveys. I do believe you heard that last night as well during the public hearing. Billy-only harvest, that topic came up again. We normally hear about that pretty frequently during season setting. Predation, and then penalizing the hunters that harvest nannies. So the overview of changes to the management plan that we made based on this public input. One, we improved the maps. We added more detail to the maps. We tried to make them easier to see, easier to distinguish population unit boundaries. We also added additional information explaining the data that was used in the models. The modeling, I think, is a real strong point of the model, but it also is confusing to folks. I mean, they're pretty complex. They produce a great product that helps us manage harvest. So we added a little more information in there to explain the data that we input into those models to get to those recommendations. We made some changes to management direction and strategies based on public input. And just to go over the overall summary of those, we talked more, provided more detail about population survey schedules and priorities. And those populations that haven't been surveyed for a while, we are going to try to bump those up in consideration of the timing of surveys. We added some more information about collaboration with land management agencies and other parties. We made sure to include the Idaho Department of Parks and Recreation, which we had left out in the list of collaborators. And more information about, we had comments about providing data and sharing more information with our collaborating agencies. We made it clear that we are managing for stable to increasing populations in all of our population management units, and that we're managing populations for sustainable hunting opportunities within those areas that can support harvest. And finally, we also created some additional strategies to address providing educational materials to our collaborators and the public in general about mountain goats, harvest, disturbance, and even habituation of goats in some of the more popular areas where people can get close to them. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any other questions or provide information. You have a suggested motion in your gold sheet. The staff does recommend that the commission adopts the mountain goat management plan as presented.
Hey, Holly, I did have a question. For a tag, we need a sustainable population of 100 goats within that area. Is that kind of the standard now?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's our recommendation.
Okay.
And we do know that the way we survey, we often have minimum counts. So we have language built in, understanding that if we don't count 100, counted 90, it's a minimum count. So there's some flexibility based on our knowledge of citability and surveys and frequency, that. So, but yes, that is our recommendation, 100 minimum.
Further questions?
Yeah,
Commissioner Davies.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Holly, just to follow up on the chairman's comment or question there, so is that pretty much standard throughout the western states or mountain goat territory?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, it varies quite a bit. Different states have different guidelines for harvest, for consideration of nannies in the harvest. It's pretty widely variable. I will say, in my humble opinion, I think the work that we did to create these models where you can really see the effects of harvest on different sizes of populations, different percentages of nannies in the harvest, different kid ratios coming in, really gave us a lot more guidelines to be able to direct harvest and how much harvest is sustainable if we want to have increasing populations.
Any other questions, discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Davies.
If you're ready for a motion, I move that the commission adopt the Idaho Mountain Goat Management Plan 2025 to 2030 as presented by staff.
Thank you. Commissioner
Second.
Davies. Go ahead. Commissioner Roach?
I second that.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll take the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. You got it. Now we'll go on to sheep.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the next agenda item is an action item for the release of bighorn sheep tags for auction and lottery. This year we had 2 applicants, as we've had in the past. The Wild Sheep Foundation applied to auction to advertise and market and then auction the bighorn sheep auction tag in Reno this year, and then Reno in January, sorry. And then the Idaho chapter of the Wild Sheep Foundation applied to market and administer the lottery tag sale. So as you see in your gold sheet, there's some information there about the previous historical auction tag prices and marketing efforts. The Wild Sheep Foundation has marketed and sold the tag ever since we've had it, with the exception of 1 year. Recently, the tag sold in 2025, this year, for $300,000, and in 2023 for $320,000. These prices are higher in the odd number years when the tag can be used in Hell's Canyon, Hunt Area 11. In addition to the funds we get directly from the auction proceeds, the Wild Sheep Foundation also has a grant and aid program where we've been applying for grants in collaboration with our neighboring states. And so in addition, there's been over $1.6 million allocated through those grants to the multi-state collaborations. So overall, that's over $5.4 million that the Wild Sheep Foundation has contributed to Idaho via the grants or through the auction tag proceeds. We use this money we have in the past. It helped us with research and management in identifying a MOVI, which you've heard me talk about before, data collections, including survey work. We've also used this money to help fund the MOVI-free farm flock program, working with small landowner or flock owners, private owners, and for funding other items identified in the Bighorn Sheep Action Plan that we produce annually. The lottery tag in 2024 generated over $400,000. Since 2018, the Idaho chapter of the Wild Sheep Foundation has really stepped up their marketing and advertisement of the tag. And those numbers have been just growing steadily since that time. You know, before they weren't generating more than $100,000. And now you're seeing these big jumps, particularly in the odd number years, the even number years when the tags can be used in Hunt Area 11. So since 1992, the lottery tag has generated over $2.7 million in net proceeds that the department uses. We use these proceeds for disease testing and health assessments, collection of statewide bighorn sheep disease data and the management of that data, DNA collections and management, which has been really helpful in providing management direction and population structure. It also supports other activities at the lab. So both of these organizations have been good partners. They've been supported in the department's missions and our objectives. So the staff, and there are only 2 applicants for this year. The staff recommendation is that the commission release the 2026 Bighorn Sheep Auction Tag to the Wild Sheep Foundation for marketing and the auction, and then the 2026 Bighorn Sheep Lottery Tag to the Idaho Wild Sheep Foundation for marketing and the lottery. And I'll be happy to answer any other questions.
Commissioner Ebert.
Mr. Chairman, if I may comment, I think many of us have had the opportunity to watch these folks when we capture sheep, and I got to tell you, it's one thing to stand here and talk about it, but to actually see these people, how much they love what they do and how well they do it, and it's impressive. And Wild Sheep Foundation's always right there to help, and it's very humbling to see how much, how well you guys do with this and how much you love it. So,
Other comments? The comment I'll have is I attended WAFA for the first time this year, and Idaho and Holly is a leader for the western states when it comes to sheep management. So, good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and it looks like this is an action item?
It is.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move the commission release the 2026 Bighorn Sheep Auction Tag to the Wild Sheep Foundation to conduct an auction, and the 2026 Bighorn Sheep Lottery Tag to the Idaho Wild Sheep Foundation to conduct a lottery tag.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Davies. Any further discussion, questions? Okay, we'll take the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. You're good to go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Bobbitt, one item, a housekeeping item, if you guys have a second. Shane and John noticed on the discount order motion, there was just a vote, but not a motion. So if we could go back to that and just have a motion to adopt the discount order for Falconry as presented by staff.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make the motion we adopt the discount order for Falconry as presented by staff.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you.
I vote aye too, by the way. Our wildlife manager, Rick Ward, you're up again.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, thank you. This is a much more cut and dry topic I have for you. This is a correction to a hunt area boundary. Commission set big game seasons for 2025 and 2026 this last March. One of those changes was a redrawing hunt area 36A to include all of Unit 36A. And previously, it included that part of Unit 50 that's shown there on that map, the crosshatched part. Those elk tend to move back and forth between 36A and Unit 50, and so it makes sense to include that portion of Unit 50 in with 36A hunt area. When that description was put forward in the big game season setting, that piece of Unit 50 was inadvertently left out of the description. So I'm here to ask for you to correct that omission. So this affects 3 controlled hunts. One hunt number 2133, which is a muzzleloader only, either sex hunt with 250 tags. And then tearing off of that is hunt number 2182, which is the outfitter allocation portion of that same hunt with 3 tags. And also tearing off of that is the landowner appreciation program hunt. Again, muzzleloader only, either sex, 25 tags total. These are all controlled hunts, so if you approve this change to the hunt boundary, we can reach out to each tag holder and inform them that the hunt area has changed. With that, Commissioners, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. That's not supposed to be there. Okay. In front of you is a sample motion. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to address those.
Commissioner Davies.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the commission create elk-controlled hunt area 36-3 as presented by staff and apply that controlled hunt area to existing controlled hunt elk hunt numbers 2133, 2182, and 2429 for the 2025 and 2026 hunting season. It's a mouthful of numbers right there.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay. Any discussion, questions, comments? Call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wildlife Manager. Okay, Stacy.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Director Fredericks. Today, I'm going to go over the 2025-26 management plan for CWD or sampling. Prior to that, though, I would like to go over some final numbers for the 2024-2025 CWD sampling. As much as I wanted this to be the final numbers, we still have 21 outstanding results. Those are all for roadkill, symptomatic animals, and other mortalities, so we're hoping that comes in as a 0. But right now, we're sitting at 6,132 samples collected statewide between July 1st, 2024, and June 30th, 2025. Of those, 6,086 samples have returned a negative or not detected. We are still sitting at 25 detections, and that has not changed since the previous commission meeting. So no new detections since then, but we still do have 21 outstanding samples. The Unit 1 CWD Management area, which is referred to here as the CMZ, we collected 1,206 samples with 1,200 non-detections, and we're still sitting at 6 detections. Unit 14, we collected 735 samples with 716 not detections. We still have 2 pending samples from that unit with 17 detections. Unit 18, 258 samples were collected. Of those, we still have one pending, 2 detections, leaving 255 negative test results or non-detected. The combined units of 23, 24, and 32A, we collected 918 samples. 917 are not detected, and there's still 1 pending. So no further detections in those units, which is good news. This is a map of our sampling or our detections from 2021 to 2024. It includes the domestic elk detections in 63A. For a close-up, we're going to start with Unit 18 and Unit 14 CWD Management area. And you can see for Unit 14 this year, we saw the expansion outside of Slate Creek up the Whiteberg grade, with our northernmost detection in Unit 14 being in the Service Flats area, which is roughly southwest of Grangeville by about 8 miles. For Unit 18, our detections there, we have 1 detection right outside the lower Slate Creek area across the river, and our westernmost detection along the border of Unit 13 and Unit 18, where the hunter reported that he saw the deer come across the road from Unit 13 into 18. That detection is just about 3 miles from the Oregon border. From there, close-up of the Unit 1 CWD Management Zone. Most of the detections are around the Bonners Ferry area, with our northernmost detection just 7 miles from the Canadian border and about 14 miles from Bonners Ferry. As a reminder, the 2 detections on domestic elk were reported in December and January of December of 2024, January of 2025. The detections were in 2 different facilities, but they're roughly 3 miles apart along the Snake River. Both farms are currently under quarantine, and both farms are currently required to test 100% of their mortalities, and that includes sick animals that die on the farm or harvested animals. Either way, they're supposed to report those results. I think it's important to note here that what quarantine means for these farms is they're not quarantined to the facility that the detection was at. They're quarantined to facilities that are owned, managed, or leased by the producer. So they can be moved to some terminal use areas. Any questions, comments on that at this point?
Yeah, if I can, the facilities, are they double fenced?
I will defer to Tricia. She has more of knowledge of each individual farm, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Bobbitt, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. For the record, my name is Tricia Hubman. These farms are not double fenced. Last year during negotiated rulemaking, the Department of Agriculture has jurisdiction for any farm servants, and they had a negotiated rulemaking last year for the rules that govern domestic servants, and those rules were heard by both the the House Ag Committee
and the Senate Ag Committee, and it was during those rulemaking sessions that the double fencing requirement was removed for any domestic servant facility that had a positive CWD.
Did our legislators know about the outbreak at that time, or did we know?
Chairman, these detections were not, they had not heard about these yet. This all came about in the winter, this last winter
Okay.
of 2024, kind of going into 2025. So they did hear about it in the legislative session this past year.
Okay, so they had an opportunity to change it and they didn't?
Well, it was changed the year before that.
Okay.
And there was discussion, but there was no changes to rules last year.
Tricia, don't go away. Mr. Chairman, Trish, if I can just ask to describe not the whole operation, but the actual facilities that these detections occurred in relation to the whole operation, because these were not the terminal areas, as Stacy put it, the shooter pens.
Chairman, Director Fredericks, these two facilities are owned actually by different owners. The one farthest to the east, that facility actually had imported elk into their breeding facility from Canada, and within a certain number of days, it was only a couple of weeks from that import, they were notified that the hunt facility in Canada had popped positive for CWD. At that point in time, those elk were in a quarantine pen already, and they kept those elk in that quarantine pen. And that quarantine pen had no access to the other animals on site, and that's where they have remained. That facility is not sending, that I'm aware of at this point in time, has not shipped any of those animals out to their terminal hunt facility. The farm that is farthest to the west, they have several other breeding facilities around the area and a terminal hunt facility that is in Game Management Unit 69. It's about 1,400 acres, and that terminal hunt facility, they did move bulls to that terminal hunt facility to hunt them out last year. And that was actually happened before we knew about the detection.
So are we taking any action to maybe try to?
Stacy will talk about that right now.
Oh, okay, great.
I think it depends on the action, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask that, so 1,400 acre where they put them to be hunted, I presume, is that fenced?
I believe, yes, I believe so that area is fenced as well.
Would there be a wild population in there at all, or, I mean, how does that work?
I'll defer to Tricia on this one, Ms. Commissioner.
Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, that property is fenced. It is not double fenced. And at this point in time, to the best of our knowledge, there are no wild animals that are any wild cervids in there. And that they have, according to records from Department of Ag, all animals that were put in there were hunted out this past year.
Okay. Any other questions? Go on. Oh, Tim, I'm sorry. Did you have a question? Commissioner Murphy?
Mr. Chairman, I'll wait till the end.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
From here, I'm going to jump to some final numbers that we have as far as where our detections, what animals our detections have been found in. We still, for this GMU1, our CMZ, our detections were in 1 symptomatic, our first detection in North Idaho, and 5 harvested animals. In Unit 14, we have 15 animals that were symptomatic or found dead, with 70 animals that were harvested and 3 roadkill. In Unit 18, we have 1 symptomatic mule deer, 1 roadkill, and 3 harvested animals. To total, and then the 1 detection that we still have in Unit 23, our single detection. That leaves us 17 total symptomatic animals or animals that were found dead, 4 roadkill, and 79 harvested. And these numbers highlight the critical role hunter harvested samples play in detecting and monitoring for CWD. Next, I'm going to go over the prevalence. This hasn't changed since our last meeting, mainly because our prevalence is detected using hunter-harvested samples. So all the animals that have been collected, or samples that have been collected since the last meeting, have been in symptomatic roadkill or found dead animals. So those animals do not affect the prevalence calculation. While we do offer prevalence numbers for different years or calculations, it's important to note that any trends you think you see here or you think it would be nice to interpret, take with a grain of salt. CWD prevalence is calculated, the trend is calculated over larger periods of time, like 5 to 10 years. So any fluctuation here, just be careful to take that as a trend in what you're seeing. New to this update that we provide is we did try to calculate some of the enforcement efforts or count the enforcement efforts. Since 2021, there's been 101 warnings and 42 citations given by enforcement officers in relation to our CWD transportation restrictions, carcass transportation restrictions. There is more data that can probably be gathered and added to this. It's just how it's reported and brought out of the enforcement system. It's a little hard to summarize. So right now, we're just providing the number of warnings and citations. This is statewide, and again, from 2021 to 2025. So now, a little bit about what to expect in this current CWD sampling that started July 1st. One is CWD management teams statewide and data coordinators plan and have identified ways to improve access to data summaries for our staff throughout the state. We do plan on having another CWD Awareness Week in September. Theme is still to be determined. And the white-tailed deer, mule deer management plan revisions will include dedicated sections to CWD management, as well as the finalization of the CWD strategy for 2025. Also being implemented this year are X-tags, controlled hunts that were approved in March for the Unit 1 CMZ, as well as Unit 14 and 18. I'm not going to read all these for you, but these, again, were approved by the Commission in March. Currently, the surveillance plan for 2025-2026 is to have the Unit 1 CMZ and the Unit 14 and 18 CMZ remain. This is only, what that means is carcass transportation and feeding are restricted. So mandatory sampling is not tied to a CWD management zone. That's a separate restriction that doesn't have to be in effect with the management zone. However, we are we're going to keep the mandatory sampling in place for Unit 1 CMZ, Units 14, 18, 23, 24, and 32A. 23, 24, and 32A are going to remain on mandatory sampling because we didn't obtain enough samples to determine if CWD was still there or not. So we're going to do mandatory sampling at least for another year in those areas. Again, this is for deer only. There are currently no designations in Unit 63A where the domestic elk detections are reported. So here I'm going to offer the proposed change that staff recommend implementing mandatory sampling in Unit 63A for harvested white-tailed deer and mule deer. Again, this is due to the CWD detection in domestic elk at 2 facilities along the Snake River. And given that sampling from 2021 to 2024 did not provide enough samples for us to determine the presence or absence of CWD in that area. With that, I'll stand for questions and offer opportunities for comment.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman, Stacy, thank you for doing that. So if I understood this right, you said one of the domestic herds has a facility in 69 of where they are transporting contaminated, were they positive CWD elk to that unit in 69? Do we need to expand mandatory testing into 69? Because if you look at 69, it's pretty important with the migration data from Tex Creek and from Diamond Creek all going out across the freeway there just north of Pocatello, and it seems like it's a very good migration area. Do we need to expand the testing to that area?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, just to clarify, we don't know that any positive elk were moved to that facility. But yes, 69, it's up to managers. And again, what we take into consideration, and we've taken into consideration for other units, is an actual detection. However, in units 32 and 24, due to a detection in 23, and based on known migration patterns and the need for samples, we did implement mandatory sampling in those areas. So it's very possible that if managers want to put a mandatory sampling in 69, that could be proposed as well. Again, usually it's based on known migration routes, harvest rates, and we try to be conservative in what we're asking our hunters to provide, but if it's deemed necessary, we certainly can.
Okay.
Tricia.
Chairman, Commissioner Charette. In addition to that, one of the efforts right now is that we know that we had positives on the 63A facility that could potentially have nose-to-nose contacts, and we know that there's a known whitetail population along that river corridor. So what we're trying to do is really put our efforts towards seeing if there are any positives in that, in our wild population in the whitetail. And from once we get those numbers back, we would come back to the commission with basically our best information. And if we needed to expand that into 69, the one thing is the number of animals that were actually put into that terminal hunt facility were minor in comparison with the number of breeding animals that are at that facility.
Further questions? Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment. Double fencing at confined cervid facilities, it to me, seems logically needed and necessary. We have CWD, and now over the past few years, each presentation shows an expansion. And so, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Davies.
Stacy, I do this, it seems like every time you give a presentation, just want to be clear that voluntary testing is still going to be available statewide for those that want their animals tested. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that is correct. We have efforts and communications that go out to all the hunters statewide, letting them know we do request samples, and not only from deer. In areas that are outside of mandatory sampling areas, regional managers have also identified areas where they feel they need more samples, and so targeted communications have gone out to certain hunter-controlled hunts, as well as hunters that have repeatedly harvested off on a general tag in areas. We can get their information, and we can send them messaging letting them know we are requesting samples, and that's without the mandatory sampling. Yep.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, I think we have a action. This is an action item.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Schreier.
Oh, thank you. I move the commission adopt the staff recommendation for mandatory CWD sampling submission for deer harvested in Unit 63A.
Okay. Commissioner Everett. Okay, it's been motioned and seconded. Is there any further discussion on this? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Chair votes aye. You got it.
Thank you, Mr.
You bet.
Commissioner.
Duck hunter surveys and zone changes. Jeff.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. Originally thought I was going to be the last one standing before you in lunch, but I guess somebody else gets that dubious honor today. So I'm excited to talk to you today about the results from the 2025 Duck Hunter Opinion Survey and our duck season zone selections for the 2026 to 2030 seasons. You will recall that I stood before you a year ago talking about the results of the Goose Hunter Opinion Survey and the zone recommendations at that time. But today, I'll be providing a very brief background purpose, talk a little bit about the ducks that you can find in Idaho, what drives our season setting process, previous survey efforts that we've conducted, kind of a new approach, essentially using the same approach that we used with geese last year. And I'm going to talk about the survey results and then also the duck zone recommendations. So just as a reminder, when it comes to season setting and frameworks, state wildlife agencies are annually responsible for selecting dates for migratory game birds, hunting seasons. It's too far away. Really? Turn off and turn off. Turn it on. The green light show. It is on.
Now it's on. All right. Giddy up. Here we go. Do I need to start over? All right. I'll keep rolling. All right, so we have to set seasons on an annual basis, and we have these federal frameworks that are established by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service after they consult with all state fish and wildlife agencies, and we participate through this process as a member of the Pacific Flyway. You will recall these frameworks define the outside dates. These are the earliest start dates and the latest end dates, the season length, the total maximum number of days that are allowed to hunt a given species, as well as the bag limits associated with each of these birds. You'll recall that the Commission approves hunting season dates for Idaho each April. So within the federal framework, states set season dates based on their understanding of local conditions and hunter desires. Ultimately, selecting specific geographic and date configurations within any state is a social decision, and we're trying to maximize hunter opportunity and satisfaction within the confines that are defined by the federal hunting frameworks. This can be challenging in Idaho as we have a pretty geographically diverse state. So I said I'd talk a little bit about the ducks that we have here in Idaho. There's a wide variety of ducks that can be found in the state. Up to 35 species can be hunted in North America, and many of those species do pass through Idaho and the Pacific Flyway. I'm hopeful that this works. There we go. By far the most abundant duck species in the state of Idaho is the mallard. Whether that's during the breeding season or during migration, mallards are the most abundant species in the state. However, the top 5 species harvested in Idaho are the common goldeneye, represent about 5%, gadwall, another 5%, green-winged teal, 6%, followed by American widgeon. Anybody have a guess on the number of percentage of mallard harvest in the state of Idaho? Nearly 2/3 of our entire harvest is comprised of mallards in the state of Idaho. And so when looking at the composition of Idaho's fall harvest, these 5 species represent 91% of all ducks harvested in the state. And while Idaho duck harvest ranks 4th in the Pacific Flyway, it is higher than any other interior state. So the only states that have a higher harvest in the Pacific Flyway are coastal states of Washington, Oregon, and California. Really hopeful that this works. What am I missing here? All right, here we go. All right, I think you've heard me talk about before that we use the Western Mallard model to determine the annual season frameworks for ducks in the Pacific Flyway, and this really includes the number of mallards that are counted on an annual basis in the state of Alaska, as well as the Southern Pacific Flyway. The Southern Pacific Flyway in this case is defined as an interior portion of British Columbia, as well as the number of birds that are counted in California, Oregon, and Washington. And as a reminder, the number of birds here is specifically referring to mallards. So not only are mallards important in our harvest, it really defines the season framework for the entire Pacific Flyway. It's also important to note that we've been in a liberal season framework since 1995. So we've had a 107-day season in the Pacific Flyway. We are the envy of the rest of the country, and we have had those that very long season in place since that time. So really what it comes down to when it comes to season setting is how do we distribute those 107 days on an annual basis? And today we're going to be talking a little bit about how we're going to distribute those geographically. And so those 107 days have to fall between the Saturday closest to September 24th and January 31st. Federal frameworks do not allow duck hunting to go past January 31st. So earlier I mentioned Idaho is a geographically diverse state. So in this slide and the one after it, I'm going to attempt to address what that may mean depending on where you are in the state. So this is a figure of mallard relative abundance in the southwest region. And so the x-axis displays the dates within the federal framework. So this is the week of the year, and the y-axis displays the relative abundance of mallards. And so these estimates were derived from eBird records from 2004 through 2023 and models that predicted relative abundance. And so this data is collected from citizens. It's citizen science. People are submitting their observations. And as a result, we have these estimates. We do not have the capacity as a state agency to be monitoring all waterfowl species on a weekly basis. So this is the best information that we have, and it has been peer-reviewed and accepted by the scientific community. And so what I'd like you to pay attention to is that if you start right around the end of September there, numbers are pretty low. They climb up until about the first part of November, kind of level off, and then start climbing again at the beginning of December and peak kind of at the beginning of January, where they drop off precipitously. But at that peak, the population of birds in the state of Idaho, or at least in this case, the southwest region, are 7 times higher than they are at the beginning of the season. So you contrast that with the upper Snake region. And so in this case, you have a relatively low population of birds, again in early September. That climbs. The peak is much earlier in this case, in early November, kind of levels off and then gradually declines throughout the rest of the season framework here. So you can see that in different parts of the state, we have a very different abundance of birds throughout the season. So how do we address this? Well, we do this through the use of zones. And so zones are designed to distribute waterfowl hunting opportunities and harvest according to when birds are available for harvest, or to satisfy hunter desires in different areas of the state. And you can see that from the previous 2 slides. We likely have, well, not likely, we have very different abundance in those 2 different regions, and the desires in those different parts of the state are likely different as well. And so just a couple notes about zones. They do represent a geographic area or portion of a state. They have to be contiguous, and you can have independent dates for the seasons in each one of these zones. The map that you see on this screen is the zone structure that we've had in place from 2022 through 2025. And it's important to note that once a duck zone configuration is selected, it must remain in place for the following 5 years. And so you might be thinking, geez, Jeff, you're bad at math, because 2022 through 2025, COVID. We had an exception there. We had an opportunity to go back out with the public. And the Fish and Wildlife Service allowed states to have another year to adjust their season structure. So that's why that time period is a little bit different. And so what you're going to be voting on today is the 2026 through 2030 zone structure. It's also important to know that duck zones are restricted to a maximum of 4. So no matter if we want more than 4 zones, we can only have 4 zones. All right, so both the current zones that we have, that we just had up on the screen, and the proposals before you today are the product of extensive outreach to hunters, aimed at understanding their preferences. So we've been working on this since about 2012. The department has conducted mail, web-based surveys to gain input from hunters on their preferences on how to structure migratory game bird seasons, as well as zones, and this has to be within the confines of federal regulations. Feedback from these surveys is then used to help guide the season setting process that we follow during the following 5 years once we establish zones. The last duck hunter opinion survey was conducted in 2020, and it was primarily focused on season date preferences. That is, hunters were presented with different season dates and asked to identify which ones they liked the most. And so ultimately it really comes down to what is it that duck hunters value. So in this case, we've got a hunter who appears to be quite cold, hunting a river. There's water that's available there that is unfrozen. So is this the time they want to be out, or would they rather be out earlier in the season when they can be dressed a little less warmly? So to answer this question, we looked to a method that was first implemented in the state of New York. You'll probably remember me talking about this a little bit during the Goose Hunter Opinion Survey. And so rather than asking duck hunters about their specific duck hunting season date preferences, we asked them to rank objectives describing what they value in their hunter experience. And so then the folks in New York use these rankings and the abundance estimates we discussed earlier to evaluate unique season alternatives. And this helps us determine which season structure best satisfy the objectives of duck hunters in each of the zones in a respective state. This was not used to establish zone boundaries, so that's the one thing that's been a bit different between the methodology that they used in New York and what we've been using. Their zone structure is grandfathered in. They actually get to have more than 4 zones, so the only thing that they're changing on an annual basis is the season structure. So with that, talk a little bit about what we decided to do. And so this leads us to the 2025 Duck Hunter Opinion Survey. And I worked with staff from across the state to identify objectives to evaluate. Similar to New York, we did not ask hunters about specific date preferences, but rather we asked them to talk about objectives according to how much they influenced their satisfaction with duck hunting dates in the county that they hunted the most. So from there, we use these rankings and abundance estimates to evaluate season alternatives to determine which season structure best satisfies objectives of duck hunters in each of the administrative regions across the state. This helped us identify areas of the state that have similar preferences for season dates. And so in this case, we were looking at duck species availability, abundance, and migration were the fundamental objectives we were evaluating there. When it comes to opportunity or limitation, we were looking at season timing, early versus late seasons, as well as the timing of Canada goose hunting seasons, if hunters had a preference for hunting at the same time as Canada geese. And then again, we use that abundance data from eBird to help us get at the abundance in different parts of the state. So this particular survey was entirely web-based, and we conducted it from May 5th through May 25th, 2025. Invitations were sent to nearly 42,000 migratory bird permit holders for which we had valid email addresses. And so these were folks that had had a valid permit over the last 3 years, and we had sent 3 reminders to folks as well. We received over 7,300 responses to our survey. And here you can see the distribution of those responses throughout the state. The darker colors represent more responses. And so not surprisingly, we have a lot of responses across the Snake River Plain and in our population centers and up here in the Panhandle as well. Central Idaho had our fewest responses. And so we asked hunters to rank 5 different fundamental objectives. We asked them if it was most important for them to hunt ducks when ducks were most abundant, in this case when mallards were most abundant, the opportunity to hunt when ducks were migrating, specifically the time when the abundance increases the fastest, the opportunity to hunt ducks at the same time as Canada goose seasons, as well as the opportunity to hunt ducks during a late season, which was defined as the 107 or 105 days from October 19th to January 31st, or if they preferred to hunt early, which we defined as the 105 days earliest starting from October 1st to January 13th. Oh, and just to note, we did have about 4,800 people that correctly completed that ranking process. And so in this slide, what you'll see on the x-axis are the different objectives that we evaluated. On the left-hand side is the importance weight. And what you see in this, this graph here is that abundance and migration were the 2 highest rated objectives for hunters. So they wanted to hunt when abundance was highest and when the migration was going to be at its peak as well. So when abundance was changing fastest. That was followed by hunting at the same time as Canada goose seasons, also followed then by a late season, and then an early season was the least preferred objective. So if there's one slide I'd like you to focus on, this is the one takeaway from this presentation. So this is an example from the Southwest region where we evaluated different season alternatives. Those different season alternatives are on the y-axis. You can see we have a season that was defined as October 19th to January 31st. So October 19th would fall on whatever day of the week it falls on each year. And then we evaluated a season that starts on the 1st, the 2nd, and the 3rd Saturday of October, and then compared the utility scores of each one of those season structures. So in this graph, each segment of the bar graph represents the degree to which each season alternative accomplishes duck hunter objectives. This is based on the value that hunters identified as important to their hunting season satisfaction. So an alternative that perfectly accomplished all objectives would have a utility score of 100%. In this case, utility scores for these season's alternatives range from 35% to nearly 66%. The optimal season date configuration in this situation is actually the status quo alternative, and so that October 19th to January 31st season, and the difference between that alternative and the next closest, that 3rd Saturday in September alternative, was only 2.5%. And so we evaluated season alternatives like this for each region in the state, and then with that created our zone recommendation for you to consider today. And so we went through all of this work, and we have one minor modification to suggest to the commission this year, and that is to consolidate a portion of Zone 1, so this is the southeast region, consolidate most of that region into Zone 3, except for portions of Caribou and Bear Lake County. You may recall from the commission meeting or commission hearing last year during July, there were some folks that testified about wanting to have the opportunity to hunt later in the western portion of the region and a little bit earlier in the eastern portion, and our results aligned with that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, we do believe, Fish and Game staff, all the folks that worked on this effort, believe we've successfully integrated hunter values and duck abundance to identify areas of the state that have similar duck season structure preferences. This recommendation before you today reflects a process that deconstructed the complex motivations and values that lead to hunter season satisfaction and explicitly incorporated values of thousands of Idaho duck hunters. So with that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, Director, I'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman, I had a question. As far as the suggested motion, it talks about the 2026 to 2027 duck hunting season, but here we're talking about 2026 to 2030.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, this is only for the duck zone recommendations. Seasons will still be set on an annual basis, and so these are the zones for which the commission will consider season recommendations annually each year. And if that is incorrect in the gold sheet, my apologies about this. This is only about duck zone recommendations for that 5-year period, 26 through 30.
That's the motion.
That's the motion, yep.
Further discussion or questions? So I'm looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
I'd like to make the motion that the commission adopt staff recommendations for duck zone configurations for the 2026 to the 2030 hunting seasons.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Davies. Any further discussion, questions? We'll take the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Got it. Thank you.
Very good, thank
job.
you.
And I think, are you ready to go, Hillary? Can we?
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
Mr.
Community
Chairman.
Challenge Grants.
Yes, I kind of feel like the money fairy when I do this part, so thank you very much. Again, Ellery Tucker Williams, the Legislative and Community Engagement for the department, Mr. Chairman, Director, other members of the commission. I am here today to present to you on the recipients for the Commission Community Challenge Grants. So first I'll go into a little bit of background, and then I'll go through what both the statewide and region selected for their proposals, and then we will look to you for a motion to proceed accordingly. So with that, The Fish and Game Commission authorized a Commission Community Challenge grant composed of 7 regional $10,000 each grants and 1 statewide grant equating to $30,000 to provide partnership opportunities to implement projects broadly supported by the local and statewide sportsman's community and enhance fish and wildlife habitat, populations, or associated recreational opportunities. You each have in your packets a copy of the challenge grant framework developed with the commission, including decision criteria, match requirements, and the structure of the regional and statewide selection committees. This year, the application period was March 1st through April 15th, and grant money is awarded for project expenditure during fiscal year 2026, which is July 1, 2025 through June 1, 2026. The department this year received 31 regional project proposals and 12 statewide project proposals, which is increased from last year. Regional and statewide committees met in May and June to review the applications and make recommendations for funding. So with that, I will go into what the selection committees selected. For the 2025 statewide challenge grant selection, the committee selected the Idaho Conservation Officers Association for an amount of $10,000 for reduced registration fees for the Mark Hill Memorial Youth Conservation Camp. And then additionally, they selected the Henry's Fork Foundation to support infrastructure improvements for the Chester Dam access site to the amount of $20,000. Now moving into the regional challenge grant selections. Region 1, Panhandle, selected the Idaho Trails Association in the amount of $5,000 to support backcountry trail maintenance in GMU 7 and 9 to facilitate hunter access. The Kootenai Valley Sportsmen to support a youth pheasant hunting clinic at Boundary Smith Creek WMA in cooperation with First Hunt Foundation in the amount of $2,500, and to the First Hunt Foundation to support a youth pheasant hunting clinic for $2,500. In the Clearwater, they selected the Idaho Trappers Association for the Fishers Research Project in the amount of $10,000. Region 3, Southwest, selected the Idaho Conservation Officer Association project for $4,000 to help reduce registration fees for the Mark Hill Memorial Youth Conservation Camp. The Idaho Trails Association for clearing trails in the Big Creek and Indian Creek drainages for $4,400. The Snake River Quail Forever for the purchase of 2 shotguns to be used for wing shooting classes for $1,600. In Region 4, Magic Valley, the Mule Deer Foundation was selected for $4,000 for habitat improvement. Idaho Trappers Association for a Trappers Education Clinic for $5,000. The Wood River Land Trust for a macroinvertebrate study for $1,000. Region 5, Southeast, selected Blackfoot River Bowman for a long-term shooting range easement for $5,000. National Wild Turkey Federation Idaho chapter for a habitat improvement project for $3,000. East Idaho Houndsman Association for a youth hound hunting equipment giveaway for $1,000. The Idaho Trappers Association for a youth trapping equipment training for $1,000. Region 6, Upper Snake, to the American Bear Foundation for a bear spray giveaway and trainings for $1,666. Mackey High School for the aquatic culture lab improvements, aquaculture lab improvements for $5,000. East Idaho Houndsman Association for hound hunting equipment giveaways at the annual youth event for $1,667. Skyline Trap Team for the purchase of clays, transportation, and range fees for students for $1,667. And then finally, Region 7, Salmon Region, $9,605 to the Cast Hope Organization for a fly fishing clinic for underprivileged youth. So with that, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I will stand for any questions, and you do have a staff recommendation language on your gold sheet.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman, Ellery, it seems like every year we get a lot of really good grant applications, and some of them could use some work in preparing their grants. And I'd I'd like to go on the record as letting people know that reaching out and trying to get some help from probably you, I'll go ahead and offer up your services to maybe help them with that process, because it is a tough decision, but a lot of times the way the grants are worded or certain parts are omitted that they don't score very high. So I think it's important that they realize that that's a possibility for them to get some help with doing that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, yes, and part of that, and after our conversations this year in the selection committee, I do plan on looking at the application process and trying to create more of an application document to try and create a little bit more instruction and a little bit more continuity between applications. So one, they're easier to review and compare, but then also it's a little bit easier for those folks who are applying to know exactly what's being asked of them. And in what format, to try and make it a little bit more of apples to apples comparison. Because yes, to your point, they're vastly different in what information they do give us and how that information is presented.
Good comment.
Mr. Chair, I concur with Commissioner Davies and I was going through those applications, and I was going just down and I go, well, where's this? That it just didn't comply with what we were making our decisions on. So yes, some consistency in what these grant requests we do get. I concur with yours.
Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Murphy.
If it's appropriate at this time, I'd like to make a motion for this item. Thank you, Chairman. Approve recommendations of the regional and statewide review committees and permit staff to announce the outcome of the fiscal year 2026 Commission Community Challenge Grant process.
I'd like to second that.
Seconded by Commissioner Harshberger. Any further discussion, questions? Call for the vote. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. You got it, Hillary. Thank you. And, oh, great. I didn't want to do this part after lunch.
Excellent. Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Director, if you recall, at the May meeting, I previewed the fiscal year 2027 budget setting timeline, and today's topic is an action item to now go over that budget proposal for fiscal year 2027, which starts July 1 of next year, and then to approve a proposal that we would then bring to the governor's office on the due date of August 29th this year. So in front of you, you should have, or in your boxes, a colorful handout. Put that in there at the break. And this is a recap of the 2027 budget request. So starting at the top in the orange section, you'll see here the original appropriation for this current fiscal year that we're in. That's there for comparison purposes to what we're looking at doing for the next year. Total appropriation this year is $162 million. An appropriation is synonymous with budget in terms of terminology here. Moving on to the green section, we have what we call the starting base appropriation. So in our 26 budget, we had some one-time items that we'd asked for. Those roll out of our budget. So that starting base is just those ongoing portions of the budget. From there, we have what I call maintenance items, or things that are determined by the legislature. One of those is statewide cost increases, so that's going to be kind of centralized services such as insurance, the cost of having our funds managed by the state treasurer's office, central IT services, things of that nature. Those are determined in October, so they're to be determined. We don't have a lot of say in those. We also every year include a 1% placeholder for employee raises. That's not what we're proposing. The legislature sets any raises for state employees. So this is there for ease of calculation. If they chose to do, say, a 3%, they have an easy multiplier that they can come up with the total cost for that. After that is employee benefits and medical insurance increases. This year's substantial increase in the cost of medical insurance to the state. So we're seeing about $3,700 per FTE per year cost to the state, as well as about $3,000 per benefited part-time employee. So that's a pretty significant increase, almost $2.3 million to our budget that we consider a maintenance item just to maintain the status quo with benefits. So there's a total there before line item enhancements, and which is what we'll go into next. And this is the part where we have some discretion. So those line item enhancements are things that are not in our budget today that we would like to request in the 27 budget. You'll notice a few of these have asterisks next to them. Those are one-time requests. So if the asterisk is not there, it's something we're looking at ongoing in our budget. So if we get it in 27, we'd have it in 28, 29, and so on. And so the first few I'll start with impact multiple bureaus. One of those, the top one, is restore quantity of temps hired. And so to explain that one a bit, the legislature, as part of that employee raise process year over year, also has the opportunity to change the pay scale. And so our temporaries are mostly budgeted at our fiscal year 23 pay scale. And the legislature has increased the statewide pay scale each subsequent year. So now we're in fiscal year 26, and starting wages are about 12% higher than they were in 23. At the same time, our temporary budget has not seen an increase. And so we've had the same amount of money to hire these temporaries, meaning we can't hire as many and stay within budget. So this would right size it to where we're able to continue to hire temporaries. And to expand on that a little bit, temporaries are part-time employees, often seasonal employees that might work full-time for a season. So we call them temporary for that purpose. So this would get us back to that kind of status quo of where we've been and be able to continue operations at the same level with those important seasonal staff. After that is a replacement fleet and equipment line item. This is something we'll come with each year. We have to request replacement annually. That's always one time by default. And that number may seem large. About 4.9 million of that, though, is our fleet vehicle replacement. That's trucks, ATVs, snowmobiles, et cetera. That usually fluctuates between 4.4 million to 5.2 million per year, depending on just vehicles reaching point where they need to be replaced. Also included in that is 2.25 million for replacing a couple of weirs on the South Fork Snake River. This is funded by Bonneville Power Administration, so these are federal funds, as well as about a little over $1 million for some fish screen replacements on the Salmon River and Lemhi River, again funded by BPA for that. And in addition, some IT replacement items such as servers, computers, et cetera, about 800,000. Those comprise the bulk of that 10 million. It's quite a bit as you get into the minutia that makes up the rest of that. After that, moving to the admin bureau, we have some ITS recommended licenses and hardware support plans. So ITS is the central IT agency of the state. Back in 2020, we became part of that, where our IT services are mostly managed by ITS. So every year they recommend, hey, these are what we think you'll need in your budget to operate for the upcoming budget year. So that's $278,000 for that. Moving on to fisheries, we have fish habitat restoration. So this is a couple different funding sources. The first is about $6 million for culvert to bridge projects on State Highway 75 and 93. These are Pacific Coastal Salmon Recovery Funds, so federal funds that are passed to us from the Office of Species Conservation. And basically, these remove barriers to fish passage on Poison Creek and Kinnickinnick Creek, and greatly benefits steelhead and also benefits sockeye and bull trout. In addition to that, we have $1 million project for fish habitat restoration in the Coeur d'Alene River Basin on a tributary to the St. Joe that runs through private property and a Fish and Game WMA. And that will also remove barriers to passage as well. So that's the bulk of it. There's also some projects on private land on the lower Lemhi, much as we've done in previous years. These are one-time monies, so these are one-time projects that we wouldn't have again in the fiscal year 28. Moving on from that, we have fisheries management cost inflation, or you could call it fisheries program cost inflation. And to give you an idea, that's some specific programs funded by Bonneville Power Administration where we've seen costs increase in recent years. And so we're just looking for, we have the federal funds for it, we're looking for the spending authority to be able to continue those programs at a consistent level. So that'd be things like Kootenai River sturgeon evaluation, salmon and steelhead monitoring around the state, and Yellowstone cutthroat trout work on the South Fork Snake River. Again, those are all Bonneville Power Administration funded as well. And then the next item is also inflation related. This is for our fisheries facility. There's 8 hatcheries around the state where we've seen just costs of whether it's utilities or fish food or other things of that nature increasing. And so the bulk of that is in federal or non-federal monies like Idaho Power Company, which pays us to operate some hatcheries. They have the funds available to help us out, but we would need the spending authority to be able to keep operating those at the same level as well. Also included in this is the Eagle Fish Health Lab as well. Moving on to wildlife, Good Neighbor Authority projects, so also known as GNA projects. These are often administered by the U.S. Forest Service. The bulk of those have been in the Clearwater region in recent years. We're looking at a more statewide impact of this program where we're looking at putting these funds on the ground from Forest Service, some from Idaho Department of Land, some from BLM to benefit other regions. This is a figure I got from some of the folks here that manage these funds. We may not spend to this level every year, but this is what we would need to not have to turn away projects that benefit habitat in our forests. So in addition, in wildlife, we also have wolf depredation response and control. So this is funds from the Wolf Depredation Control Board. This is a one-time use of funds. So right now we have $300,000 in our base budget for wolf depredation from the Wolf Depredation Control Board. They have some residual funds from years past, and we're looking at increasing that funding in FY27 to $500,000 with a one-time bump of $200,000. And so that would allow us to utilize untapped capacity with wildlife services in places where we're not meeting elk objectives. Also, with the injunction on wolf trapping, gives us another tool in the toolbox to be able to meet those objectives. The last one I have here is customer communications as SaaS. That means software as a service. As you may have noticed, a lot of softwares are going to a subscription-based. We have a software that we use for customer outreach for emails in our communication bureau. And in 2023, we did a survey of our customers, and overwhelmingly, email was the preferred communication method. Our current subscription has a cap of 260,000 emails a year, which may sound a lot, but if you emailed every customer once, you'd be bumping up against that cap pretty quick. So we'd be increasing that cap as well as implementing text, the ability to text. Customers, of course, have the ability to opt out of email or text, but just one more way to reach out to customers. And also add some sophistication in how we do those emails as well. So this would be an ongoing cost, but would give us more tools to communicate with our customers. So in summary, this would be just under $12 million increase to our fiscal year 2026 budget when you compare the totals. However, about 19 million of the 25 million that are in those line items are one-time, meaning they would roll off. And so we're actually looking at, if you took out the one-time items, it'd be a 4.4% decrease compared to fiscal year 26. So I feel this is a conservative budget that still meets our needs. We cast a wide net around the state, reaching out to collect those needs for fiscal year 2027 and thoughtfully determine how best to move forward with a proposal for you all to consider here. So with that in mind, I'd be glad to stand for any questions.
Mr. Davies.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, John, this is, it's not off topic, but kind of getting into the nuance, I guess, but the customer communication stuff that you spoke of, I think that's needed, and I think the department does a really good job with customer communication, and anything that can be done to improve that, I fully support. You talked about being the ability to bump up the emails and possibly use text messaging. What kind of an increase would that be by going with the proposed change in the budget?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, that would be the $64,400 increase. I did not capture what we're paying currently to see how that compares to the current subscription level we have, and I could definitely follow up with that, though.
Just curious, thank you.
Other questions?
There is a sample motion on the handout there as well.
I'd like to make a motion. All
Okay,
right.
Commissioner Harshbarger.
I move to approve the state fiscal year 2027 budget request as presented and allow the department to modify the request as necessary for minor administrative items as they arise, if they arise.
Okay,
I would second.
okay. Any further discussion or questions? Boy, you're getting off easy. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you. The benefit of going before lunch, I
We
suppose.
go to lunch now?
Yeah, lunch is ready, so
Okay.
maybe come back at 1.
Really?
That keeps us
Come
right.
back earlier.
You want to come back earlier?
Let's come back at 1:45.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, we'll adjourn for lunch now and reconvene at 12:45. Thank you. Thanks for joining us, Jordan.
Hey.
We're on to Idaho code cleanup. Amber?
I forgot.
One thing.
I forgot. It was a lot, okay? Good afternoon. So I'm just giving you a quick update on Idaho code cleanup. So I presented to you during the May meeting of the process that was initiated by House Bill 14. And then the governor's office wanted to be proactive in the effort, which basically created this process for the department to follow, which we evaluated a statute that's existing to look for code that's obsolete, outdated, or unnecessary that we could potentially repeal or put up for proposal for repeal for the legislature. So the staff got together and pretty much the same as the rules group and did an awesome job of evaluating all of these statutes to determine which ones fall into that category that we would be able to do. So on your gold sheet, you've got 14 sections that staff have identified as eligible for repeal. So that's section 36-116, Idaho Code Fish and Game Commission Wolves Solicitation for Transfer. So this one, the obligation has been met around this section and is now outdated. Section 36-403B, licenses to hunt, fish, and trap, expiration dates, licenses, tags, and permits. This section expired in 1999 and is now obsolete. Section 36-715, captive wildlife, wolves, transition authorities and duties of the Office of Species Conservation, Fish and Game Commission, Department of Fish and Game. This section is also outdated and unnecessary. Section 36-1006, state boundary waters, reciprocal agreements, state boundary lands, reciprocity, purpose, cooperative agreements, authorized enforcement. This provision has not been used, and the Fisheries Bureau has deemed it unnecessary, outdated, and obsolete. Section 36-1120, protection of animals and birds penalties. This can be covered in Title 36, Section 1402, which is General Penal Provisions Chapter. Section 36-1511, public safety, revocation of licenses for taking of animals within boundaries of a national park. Same as above, it can be covered in 36-1402. Section 36-1701, county fish hatcheries, declaration of public benefit. And also 36-1702, county fish hatcheries, operations of county fish hatcheries special tax levy. The provisions have not been used from propagations for release, and that's undertaken by the department and the tribes. And then also release has an obvious ESA and disease implication, and it would also require a county levy. So the staff have deemed that unlikely to be exercised since it hasn't been exercised yet, and that is up for repeal. Section 36-2401 through Section 36-2405, those are all chapters that are under Office of Species Conservation purview, and they want it to be removed, so we will be putting that up for repeal as well. And then Chapter 21, Title 36-21, That's under the Outfitters and Guides Licensing Board Authority, and they are doing an independent review of that section. Any questions? Y'all good with it?
Look, I'm seeing no questions.
Okay.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Matt, wolf population estimations.
All right, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Matt Muma. I'm the Wildlife Research Manager for IDFG, and this is my first time speaking to the Commission, so thank you for the opportunity. And I'm going to be talking about estimating statewide wolf abundance. First, I'll briefly review the history of wolf monitoring in Idaho since reintroduction. I'll then talk about our transition from camera-based methods to the method that we put forward last year, which we'll refer to as the ABC method. And then I'll talk about wolf abundance estimates and the population trend. Wolves were reintroduced into central Idaho and Yellowstone in 1995 and 1996. Originally, the Nez Perce led monitoring efforts by attempting to capture and collar at least one wolf in each pack, and then flew aerial counts to count the number of wolves in those marked packs. As the wolf population grew, we continued to rely on capturing and collaring wolves, but it wasn't possible to count every single wolf in every single pack. And so what we did at that time was we added all the counts from the packs that we could count to the packs that we knew about that we couldn't count, and we multiplied that by the estimated mean number of packs. Then we added additional wolves that were counted that were not affiliated with packs, and then all of that was corrected for the number of wolves that were thought to be lone wolves that were not counted. And so the reason I mention this is not that you need to understand all the details, but that there was room for improvement from this prior method. And so that led us to a camera-based method, which we started in 2016, where we were deploying trail cameras across the state. Originally, we were using trail cameras to estimate the wolf distribution statewide. And then in 2019, we expanded that to estimate wolf abundance. And then last year, as I alluded to earlier, we transitioned to our ABC method, which uses age and genetic data from harvested wolves. And because we had collected that data in prior years, we were actually able to go back and produce statewide wolf abundance estimates back to, in prior years. So for our camera-based estimate, we deployed 500 to 600 trail cameras each year, and then the images of wolves from those trail cameras were used in a model called Space to Event, and we produced abundance estimates from 2019 to 2023. During this time, we also collaborated with researchers at the University of Idaho and the University of Montana to publish a proof of concept paper that compared camera-based estimates to more traditional estimation techniques. Our method was an expansion of that and was at a much broader scale. And so we wrote up an interim report that described the method in full in 2022. As we continue to evaluate, examine, and test the method, it became evident that at lower wolf abundances, the camera method was going to become unreliable, because at lower wolf abundances, we'd get fewer images. And so that led to us exploring alternative options. The concept for that alternative option began actually in 2020 through a collaboration with the University of Idaho, where they used age and genetic data from harvested wolves to estimate the minimum number of litters out there on the landscape. And so the way that worked was that they took teeth from harvested wolves to identify the young of year in the harvest, and then they used genetic data from those young of year in a program called Colony to identify the wolves, the young of year that were part of the same sibling groups or the same litters. And so then by simply counting up the number of unique litters that were detected in the harvest, we could get at this minimum number of litters. Last year, we expanded this by taking the counts of those harvested young of year from each litter and using them in an approximate Bayesian computation model, or as we refer to it as an ABC model. And that allowed us to estimate not just the minimum number of litters, but the total number of litters that were produced each year in Idaho. So, once we knew the number of litters, we started to think about, what level, how many wolves do we think might be out there on the landscape? And so if you think about, if we had 100 litters out there and we assumed a litter size of 6, and that those were resulted from 2 breeders, and then they were part of packs of 5 non-breeders, you can then do some multiplication and some addition, and think that a reasonable number might be, 1,300 total wolves on the landscape. But in reality, all of those aspects of wolf ecology, vary considerably, and nature is much more dynamic than that. So this is where our ABC model comes in that when we think about the number of litters, we don't make assumptions like that there's 100 out there, but we allow that number to vary. We allow litter size to vary. We do keep the number of breeders constant, although there have been instances of more than 2 breeders per population. And then we also vary the number of non-breeders. And so all of these are intentionally broad because we want the model to identify the values for these aspects. We don't want to make assumptions about what those are necessarily. So we also allow for additional sources of variation. And so some packs are more likely to be harvested, some do not have litters, some wolves are not part of a pack, and then some wolves can die of natural mortality in our model. So now when it comes to thinking about how many wolves might be out there on the landscape, there's actually many, many possibilities. And when we look at like what harvest actually looks like, there's many possible patterns of that harvest. And so we take all those aspects of wolf ecology and we use them to simulate hypothetical wolf populations as shown here. And then we also simulate harvest on those populations and we characterize the patterns of that harvest through a variety of measurements. And by comparing that pattern of harvest to the true harvest, that's how we actually estimate our total wolf abundance. So the way we actually describe that harvest is through a suite of measurements, which include average young of year harvested per litter, the differences in young of year harvested per litter, minimum number of litters detected, and the number of breeders detected in the harvest. And so these were part of the model that we showed last year. As we continue to test and build the model, develop the model, we ended up adding 4 additional measurements of the harvest pattern. And these things made the model more reliable. They did result in changing our abundance from our abundances that we showed last year, but the trends remained consistent. So we have our measurements of those harvest patterns, and now we want to compare the true harvest pattern to the simulated harvest pattern, which is what this figure depicts. And so the blue is the harvest pattern of our actual population out there on the landscape, and the red dots are the harvest patterns of the simulated populations. And so simulated populations with harvest patterns that are more similar to the true harvest pattern, those are the ones that we use to actually estimate what our total abundance is. And so we take the underlying abundances of those simulated populations and we find their median in order to get an estimate. So we just recently submitted this work to a peer-reviewed journal called Ecological Applications. For those of you, if you're not familiar with the peer review process, it'll be viewed by an editor who will then send it out for critique by several independent reviewers. And those independent reviewers will provide their own assessment of the work and then provide potentially provide recommendations or improvements. Generally, that is not a quick process, and so we will, we are not expecting to hear back for several months. So here are the abundance estimates from 2019 to 2023. These estimates are for May, although last year we showed you August estimates. And so the reason we showed you those August estimates is because those aligned with when our camera-based estimates. So the camera-based estimator estimated wolves in August 1st. The reason we're able to use our ABC model is because the ABC model actually is able to project from May and project what the wolf population is throughout the rest of the year. So you might find this up and down pattern strange, but the reason for that up and down pattern is because wolves give birth to litters in April and May, and so that's the very top of wolf abundance. And then through natural mortality and harvest, the wolf population slowly declines until the following April-May time period when they give birth to more wolves. So it's important to recognize we're providing these May estimates, but these are the point estimates, and there's actually there's uncertainty around these estimates that's represented by these vertical lines, which are 95% credible intervals. So for 2024, we estimated 1,235 wolves. And I just want to point out again that these are May estimates, and we'll be reporting May estimates as we move forward in future years. So because we're reporting May estimates, these are higher than those that were in last year's presentation. So if we go back, I can go back there. It looks like there was interest in a picture. So if we look at this going back to 2019 and think about the population trend, we think that there likely are less wolves in Idaho than there were in 2019. But if we zoom in to these kind of last 3 years and we consider those, the uncertainty, those 95% credible intervals, we think that the population is likely fairly stable over the last 3 years. And so for this past harvest season, harvest is actually down, and the reason for that is because of trapping closures resulting from the grizzly bear lawsuit, which I believe you're all familiar with. And so we do anticipate that it's very likely that abundance will probably increase next year. So, in summary, we think this ABC method is an efficient use of existing data. It's founded in acceptable statistical and genetic techniques. Importantly, it's robust to changes in abundance, which is why we transitioned from the camera-based method to this ABC method. And it has been submitted for publication to a peer-reviewed journal. And regarding statewide wolf monitoring, we do think there has been an overall decline since 2019. Abundance is likely to increase next year, and we plan to continue to use the ABC method to estimate wolf abundance in May. So with that, I want to especially thank Aaron Roach and Shane Roberts for their help in developing this model and their support, and then recognize that it really has been like an agency-wide effort, heavily involving people from the Wildlife Health Lab and the Fish Genetics Lab, and certainly, across the regions in actually checking in wolves and gathering those teeth, which are vital to the model itself. And then if we span back to the very beginning with the history of wolf monitoring, it's involved lots of people from universities to the tribes that have all kind of contributed to trying to monitor wolves in Idaho. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions. Yes.
Just a comment, observation. This subject's complex, often controversial. I really want to express my appreciation for your diligence, the whole group. From cameras to ABC, working from tribes, universities and so forth. Now peer review, you're using the best science, and that's what we're standing on. And I know myself, and I'm sure my colleagues will be supporting it all the way. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, thank you.
Can this be used on other species, this ABC model?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Harshbarger, we would have to adapt the model because it very much involves a lot of wolf ecology, but we are considering similar approaches for some of the other carnivore species, actually.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, so do we have an estimate from May of 2025?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, so the way the model was reliant on the harvest that occurs after like essentially the birth event in April and May. We then use the harvest that has occurred from like May of 24 through March of 25, and so then it retroactively predicts harvest from the previous. So we actually won't get May 2025 until we go through the next winter harvest season.
Okay, so last year at this time, we would have gotten the 23 estimate, and this year we get the 24 estimate.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could you go back to that slide for a second? One with the, yeah. Okay. And then what you're telling us, Mr. Chairman, if I may, what you're telling us is you would anticipate next year at this time that we may see an increase because of the decline in harvest.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, that is what I would anticipate.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
And did you say you went back and checked, is there any verification on our camera-based estimates going back to when we started tracking our populations?
Mr. Chairman, so I think you're referring to a comparison between these estimates and the camera-based estimates. So that's what we showed in last year's presentation.
Okay.
We didn't, and those aligned. All the confidence intervals essentially overlapped, so those estimates were relatively similar. We didn't, at that time, we didn't deploy cameras again, and so we don't have a camera-based estimate for 2024.
Okay.
Yep.
And could this be used for ungulates?
It could be used for ungulates. I think that some of the other methods, aerial surveys in the south, and sorry, Mr. Chairman, aerial surveys in the south.
We're talking the north.
In the north, I think the camera-based method that your region is currently employing, I think is, some of the is probably a better approach at the smaller scale to get smaller estimates at like a GMU scale.
Other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hatchery program overview. Really?
Chairman Bobbitt, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, thank you for this opportunity today to provide you with an overview of Idaho Department of Fish and Game's Fish Hatchery Program. I am Bo Gunter, the Fish Hatchery Program Manager. It is a tall order to summarize what our program does in 15 to 20 minutes. We are a large component of the Fisheries Bureau and support fishing opportunity and fish conservation programs throughout the state. There are 4 key points I'd like the Commission to take away from this presentation. Number 1, hatcheries are an important tool to assist fisheries managers in meeting the fisheries objectives of the department. Number 2, there are several fisheries that would not exist without the hatchery program. The image on the screen is an example of one of those. These boats are taking advantage of the harvest opportunity for Chinook salmon in the lower Clearwater River. The opportunity to harvest Chinook would not exist without the hatchery programs in the Clearwater Basin. The third takeaway, the fish production program is a major component of the department, both from a personnel and a budget perspective. And finally, number 4, fish hatcheries and hatchery staff are an important part of the department's public image. The purpose of fish hatcheries is defined in the Fisheries Management Plan as a program of stocking hatchery fish to meet angling demands or enhance angling opportunity in areas where natural fish spawning and reproduction are insufficient. Another way to look at this is hatcheries create fisheries where they would otherwise not exist or be limited. This is important for both our resident fish populations, such as rainbow trout, kokanee, and cutthroat trout, and our anadromous populations of Chinook and steelhead. Hatcheries are also supporting the conservation of Idaho's native species. Currently, we operate conservation hatchery programs to enhance and sustain populations of sockeye salmon, Chinook salmon, Bonneville cutthroat trout, and Snake River white sturgeon. To understand our hatchery program today, it is important to cover a brief history. Fish hatcheries have been an essential component of the department since its inception. In 1900, the first game warden recognized that the natural population would not keep up with the demand for fisheries from the growing population of Idaho, which was about 160,000 people at that time. He advocated for a federal fish hatchery in Idaho to support the demand for fishing opportunity. The federal hatchery did not come to fruition until 1933. However, Idaho did not just wait around for a federal hatchery. The department built its first state hatchery in 1907 using revenue from hunting and license sales. This was the Haysper Fish Hatchery. Within 2 years, the Idaho Fish Hatchery program was up and running with 2 additional hatcheries built. The image here is one of those hatcheries in Sandpoint, Idaho. In 1908, Idaho Governor Gooding suggested, "There is no reason, when taking into consideration the many natural advantages, why Idaho should not become famous as the greatest trout state in the Union." By 1927, we were well on our way to supporting that goal with 11 hatcheries in operation. Now, 118 years later and 38 different hatcheries, with a current population of over 1.9 million people in Idaho, our hatcheries, including Haysper, continue to support Idaho fisheries. The infrastructure required to support the fish hatchery program is quite extensive and an important part of understanding how the program operates. Of the 38 hatcheries that have been in operation since 1907, the department currently operates 21. 10 of these support resident fish stocking objectives and conservation goals. 9 support meeting the department objectives for Chinook and steelhead harvest, opportunity and conservation. And 2 of these hatcheries support the conservation production program for endangered sockeye salmon. An essential part of producing fish is the water required. Our programs have a total of over 1,100 CFS of water rights throughout the state. It's important to keep in mind water rights for fish production are considered non-consumptive, so any water that flows through our hatchery is available for downstream users. Housing is required on site to support constant monitoring of the fish and property. Dormitories are also used to provide housing for seasonal staff, which improves our ability to recruit employees. The program has over 60 homes and dormitories. Hatcheries are essentially fish farms, and as with any farming or ranching operation, this requires significant amount of operational equipment. Some examples include fish harvesters, tractors, snow plows. And an important component of our program that can not go unnoticed is the required maintenance that is necessary for this infrastructure. This demands a significant amount of effort and funding. The rebuild and modifications of Nampa Fish Hatchery, which have been discussed in recent commission meetings, are an example of this. All of that infrastructure is put to good work to do good things for our anglers. Annually, our program produces 29 million fish to support fisheries throughout the state. This is equal to about 3.9 million pounds of fish. Of course, that requires a significant amount of fish food. So to help quantify this, in the month of March alone, when we have the most fish on our hatcheries, we are feeding 200 tons of fish food. The anadromous hatchery program, which releases smolts that migrate to the ocean and return later as adults, Makes up a little over half of the annual production. 11 million Chinook smolts, 5.7 million steelhead smolts, and 1 million sockeye smolts are released annually. These hatchery programs are in place to mitigate for the loss of anadromous adult returns due to the dams on the Snake River by producing harvest opportunity for Chinook salmon and steelhead and enhancing populations of endangered sockeye. I'd like to take a moment to highlight one example of our anadromous hatchery program, which is our localized brood program on the South Fork of the Clearwater River. Each year, 1.2 million smolts are released into the South Fork Clearwater River. These come from Idaho Department of Fish and Game's Clearwater Hatchery and the Dorshak National Fish Hatchery. Our goal in the South Fork Clearwater is to use adult fish that return to the location where they were released to create future generations, hence the name localized broodstock. There is not an adult collection facility to obtain returning adults to support that goal. A program in which anglers volunteer to catch fish for the localized brood program is used to meet the 580 adult fish goal. Each year, anglers converge on the South Fork Clearwater to donate fish. I will use this image to explain how it works. When an angler hooks a fish, they can decide to harvest that fish if it came from a hatchery, or they can place it in one of these tubes in the river. The staff monitoring the river are notified, and they quickly pick up that fish to take it to the hatchery to be incorporated into broodstock. Countless anglers from all over have contributed to meeting our broodstock goals in the Clearwater. We would not be able to achieve our goals of this program without their efforts. The hatcheries that support resident fisheries and conservation activities produce 17 different species. I couldn't fit them all on this slide, but this provides a good representation of the variety. Each one of these requires different rearing techniques and knowledge of each species' unique needs. The top 3 fish by numbers released from our hatcheries are kokanee at 6.5 million, rainbow trout with 1.8 million catchables, and 1.7 million fingerling, and cutthroat trout with just over 1.8 million stocked annually. Wanted to take a couple minutes to highlight one of our resident hatcheries. Each resident hatchery has earned some time in the spotlight, but one of them, 2025, is the 100th year of producing fish for Idaho's anglers. In celebration of that milestone, we will focus on Mackey Fish Hatchery. Located just north of Mackey, Idaho, this hatchery produces over 9 different species to meet fisheries objectives, which include a large number of the state's kokanee. I have this graphic on the screen to represent the statewide impact of this one hatchery. Mackey is providing opportunity for anglers throughout the state. Hiking into a high elevation lake in the mountains of Idaho and catching a unique species like an Arctic grayling or a golden trout is a prized fishing opportunity for our anglers. Mackey Fish Hatchery is a large component of making this happen, with 250 lakes stocked on a 3-year rotation. For many years, they have loaded small fish on airplanes to be stocked in lakes that are otherwise inaccessible for our transport equipment. All of these operations, of course, require significant funding. The current funding dedicated to the hatchery program is $20.3 million, which is 34.8% of the fishery's annual budget. The funding comes to this program through a number of sources, which include license funds, Federal Sport Fish Restoration Act, and funds that support rearing of fish to mitigate for the impacts of hydropower and irrigation dams. The sources of these mitigation funds range from large federal mitigation partners, such as Lower Snake River Compensation Plan and Bonneville Power Administration. There's also private power company partners like Idaho Power, Pacificor, and Avista. And then we also have several small localized mitigation partners. The department is dedicated to funding these programs to provide fisheries for our anglers. Several efforts have been made to estimate how much money is generated by the sale of fishing equipment, travel expenses, and other expenditures related to fishing opportunity provided. This can be particularly impactful in small communities like Riggins, Idaho, and Orofino, where the annual tourism is heavily driven by the fisheries. The answer varies, but consistently shows that hatchery stocked fish more than pay for themselves. A recent evaluation for Oregon's hatchery program suggests a 4-to-1 economic benefit for every dollar spent on hatchery fish. The most important part of our program is our dedicated staff. We have 70 full-time employees in the hatchery program. Rearing hatchery fish takes a special dedication. It is labor-intensive and requires that someone is always available to address any emergency. Our staff are required to live where they work and participate in 24/7 on-call rotation. The program also relies on seasonal personnel to assist with the daily responsibilities of caring for the fish. About 1/3 of the seasonal staff, which is about 80 to 100 seasonal employees, hired for the Fisheries Bureau contribute to hatchery operations. Seasonal work at hatcheries provides a valuable introduction to the dedication and passion we have for Idaho's natural resources. It is not uncommon for an employee in any bureau of the department to have had some history as a seasonal employee at a hatchery. It is difficult to put into words how dedicated our staff are, so I will use pictures to illustrate a few examples. This boat in the snow. This photo was taken during kokanee egg collection at Granite Creek on Lake Pend Oreille. The snow had really come in, but hundreds of thousands of kokanee eggs needed to be transported back to the hatchery, and staff made it happen. The SUV in the water. This was an unfortunate accident where a passenger car ran off the road and landed in a hatchery water intake. A seasonal staff member risked themselves to pull the occupant out of this sinking vehicle. The staff in the frozen river. This is a routine occurrence at our Sawtooth Fish Hatchery in Stanley. The temperatures are often below zero throughout the winter, and this causes ice to build up on the hatchery intake. This requires staff to get in the river and break up the frozen ice to maintain flows to the millions of fish on station. These two trucks side by side. When we are transporting fish, they are essentially on life support since they do not have fresh flowing water. The photo captures an instant where one of our hatchery trucks broke down. This required immediate action from nearby staff to respond, hand net all the fish from one truck to the other, and then get the fish safely to the water. A component of our hatchery program that often does not get the attention it deserves is our fish transportation program. All of the millions of pounds of fish produced must reach their release site. A few of our salmon hatcheries can release on location, but the large majority require loading onto trucks and transporting. This requires an extensive fleet and experienced drivers. Our fleet has 3 tractor trailers that complete long hauls to all corners of the state. There are over 50 smaller trucks of various sizes in the fleet to meet other transport needs. Annually, our staff are driving roughly 400,000 miles to get fish to the water. This is equal to driving around the circumference of the earth 16 times. It is also important to recognize the other elements of the department that provide support for the hatchery program. There are staff dedicated to monitoring our hatchery fish after release. They inform us how to best utilize our hatchery products to meet fisheries objectives. We also have fish research team to evaluate our on-hatchery rearing methods, fish strains, and other practices to help us optimize fish performance after release. And an essential part of our hatchery program is the Eagle Fish Health Laboratory. They monitor our fish for pathogens and assist hatchery personnel with maintaining and releasing healthy populations of fish. The hatchery program and staff are a major contributor to the public image of the department, particularly in the small communities that have a hatchery nearby, where they are often the face of fish and game. Our staff are active in community parades, give presentations for local schools, and are involved in trout in the classroom activities. Each hatchery draws hundreds of visitors each year, and a couple of them, like Sawtooth, draw thousands. Our stocking trucks are not exactly inconspicuous, and when they show up to stock fish, the staff become instant celebrities at the boat ramp, often inspiring people to pull out their phones and video the event. Similar videos that Idaho Fish and Game has posted on social media have reached over 150,000 views. Fish stocking web pages and hatchery return web pages, which help anglers plan their next fishing trip, are heavily visited and receive over 90,000 views annually. We have an engaged public, and they are interested in what we do in our program. I truly appreciate the opportunity to showcase the department's fish hatchery program. That concludes my presentation, and I will stand for any questions.
Questions?
So-
Commissioner Harshberger.
Thank you, Chairman. You said there was 200 tons of fish food. Was that per month? I didn't
That's in the
quite-
month of March.
March, but that's kind of an average, or is that a little heavier? Or?
So, Chairman, Commissioner, our production changes annually, and March is our biggest month. We're gearing up for smolt releases, which happen in March and April, and we're also gearing up for spring releases of our rainbow trout, which will be April, May is when we put most fish out. So it does decline from there.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Bo, that was a great presentation. I don't think anybody realizes just what it takes to put a fish in the water, so thank you for doing that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know how much those guys that get in that icy water make, but it's not enough.
I'll let them know that.
Thank you, Matt. Now we've got Bo?
Nope, that was Bo. You got Sean.
Oh, I have Sean now, okay. Sean Wilson, you've got the floor.
I'm up. Chairman Bobbitt, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. My name is Sean Wilson. I'm a Principal Fisheries Research Biologist here in the Panhandle, and I thank you for this opportunity to talk to you today about the Kootenai River Resident Fish Mitigation Project. This project is funded by the Bonneville Power Administration to mitigate for Libby Dam in Montana on the fisheries in the Kootenai River in Idaho. Kootenai River provides several exceptional or unique fishing opportunities, and the work we do, while it helps all native fish in the river, we put a special emphasis on sturgeon, burbot, and native trout. There we go, okay. So if you're not familiar with the Kootenai River, it originates in Canada near the headwaters of the Columbia River, then flows south out of British Columbia into Montana, where it's backed up behind Libby Dam. From Libby Dam, it flows out of Montana and across the northeast corner of the Idaho Panhandle through the town of Bonners Ferry. And then from there, it flows north back into Canada and into the south arm of Kootenai Lake. From Kootenai Lake, it flows out the west arm to join the Columbia at Castlegar. The fish populations we work with are bounded on the downstream side by Coeur Dam, to the north by Duncan Dam, and upstream by Kootenai Falls, which is a natural fish barrier below Libby Dam. They are also historically bounded on the downstream side by Bonington Falls, which was near the present location of Coeur. The Idaho section of the river can be divided into three reaches. The meander reach extends from Bonners Ferry downstream to Kootenai Lake. Here the river meanders through a broad valley. It's characterized by a gentle gradient, slow-moving water, and clay and silt river bottoms, which are unsuitable for sturgeon to spawn over. The braided reach extends from Bonners Ferry to the mouth of the Moye River. Here the river is still in a broader valley, but has numerous side channels, but now has a steeper gradient, faster moving water, and gravel river bottoms, which are suitable for sturgeon to spawn over. The canyon reach extends from the mouth of the Moye upstream into Montana and is similar to the braided reach, except it's now confined by a narrow canyon. So the fish populations we work with cross state and international boundaries, and as such, this is highly collaborative work. We work closely with the Kootenai Tribe of Idaho, the British Columbia Ministry of Water, Land, and Resource Stewardship, Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and numerous others. We're one of the few, or perhaps maybe even the only program in the state that routinely conducts field operations in a foreign country. Due to the collaborative nature of this work, the work we do and the accomplishments we've made are not ours alone, but also shared with the many agencies that we partner with. So historically, the Kootenai Valley flooded each spring with melting snow. This connected important off-channel habitats which were critical to fish in the river, but were devastating to the homes, farms, and businesses of the valley. In the early 1900s, the river was heavily diked, and Libby Dam was completed in 1972 to further control flooding and produce electrical power. For the first couple of decades of operation, Libby Dam held the river at a fairly constant flow year-round, which eliminated these high spring peaks, which were important for sturgeon to spawn successfully, and low winter flows, which allowed the river to freeze over, creating conditions that were ideal for burbot spawning. Current operations at Libby Dam try to balance ecological function of the river with flood control and power generation. So the white sturgeon is an iconic species of the river. As a species, white sturgeon have been around since the time of the dinosaurs. They can live to be 100 years old, and they grow from an egg about the size of this airsoft pellet to the largest freshwater fish in North America. Currently in Idaho, we see sturgeon that exceed 10 feet in length, but historically they grew much larger. The Kootenai River white sturgeon is a distinct population that has been isolated for 10,000 years or more by Bonington Falls. These fish historically are very valuable, both culturally, spiritually, and economically to the indigenous peoples and settlers of the valley. Unfortunately, white sturgeon have not been able to reproduce very successfully since the construction of Libby Dam. We now encounter very few wild sturgeon in our surveys each year. Due to insufficient natural production, this population was listed as endangered in the United States in 1994 and in Canada in 2006. The wild population is now composed mostly of aging adults, which are steadily declining in abundance. Spawning occurs primarily near Shorty's Island and Myrtle Creek in the Meander Reach downstream of Bonners Ferry, where these fish are spawning over clay and silts, which tend to smother the eggs. We're currently trying to better understand cues that would get sturgeon to spawn upstream above Bonners Ferry over gravels where they are more likely to survive. Due to the importance of spawning in this reach, it has now been included as a critical habitat for this species. To better understand spawning movements, we collaborate with the BC government and Kootenai tribe to implant acoustic transmitters in the fish so that we can track them during their spawning migrations using an array of receivers throughout the river and the lake. From this, we've learned that one of the best management tools that we currently have is to maximize the number of days of flow over 30,000 CFS, which results in more sturgeon moving into this spawn in this gravel habitat above Bonners Ferry. However, this story's not over. There's also a backwatering effect from the lake, which currently can extend up as high as Bonners Ferry, but we believe it historically extended as far as the mouth of the Moye. We're trying to understand the importance of this backwater effect for also moving sturgeon above Bonners Ferry to spawn in those gravel habitats. This knowledge could be very important in ongoing international discussions over water management in the river and provide an additional tool to restore natural recruitment. To prevent extinction, the Kootenai tribe began releasing hatchery fish into the river in the 1990s, and they greatly increased these efforts by the mid-2000s, so that we currently have a very abundant population of juvenile fish, which are predominantly of hatchery origin. One of the big concerns with juvenile sturgeon is growth. The two fish pictured here were both spawned in 1995, and these pictures were taken the same year. The larger fish was captured on the Creston Delta in Kootenai Lake, and the smaller one in the Idaho portion of the river. While the growth trajectory of fish in the lake is acceptable, the growth trajectory of fish in the river is alarming. We now have male hatchery fish which are reaching adulthood, but with the growth trajectories in the river, many of these fish will not grow large enough to become an adult in a typical lifetime. To better understand sturgeon growth, we're looking into factors such as juvenile densities, river productivity, and prey availability. The Kootenai River is also home to the only native population of burbot in Idaho. Burbot are the only member of the cod family that lives in fresh water and once provided a prolific fishery that was of great value to the indigenous people and settlers of the region. Another interesting fact about burbot is, unlike most freshwater fish, these fish actually become more active in the winter and often like to spawn under the ice. However, similar to sturgeon, these fish have not been able to reproduce successfully enough since the completion of Libby Dam. This population declined to the point in 1992 that the fishery was closed. And this graph shows catches from our monitoring program from the mid-1990s to present day. By the early 2000s, these fish were nearly gone. In 2005, an international conservation strategy was developed. In 2009, the first hatchery burbot reared at the University of Idaho were released into the river. In 2015, the Kootenai tribe completed their burbot hatchery at Twin Rivers near the mouth of the Moye. Currently, Idaho Fish and Game now supplies brood stock from our monitoring program to the Kootenai tribe, who spawn and rear these fish in their hatchery. Through these efforts, the burbot population has been rebuilt to the point that in 2019, the fishery was reopened. Thanks to the efforts of the Kootenai tribe and many others, burbot, which I might add provide exceptional table fare, once again provide a unique angling opportunity for anglers in North Idaho. To monitor this fishery, we initially interviewed anglers on the river. But we found that was an inefficient way due to the nature of the fishery, so we developed an angler science program similar to the one used on Lake Pend Oreille, where we incentivize anglers to participate by providing swag and entering them in drawings to receive prizes. We found that by using data provided by anglers and tag returns through our Tag Your It program, we could produce harvest estimates that are remarkably similar to the estimates provided by angler surveys alone. And this is done at a reduced cost compared to hiring technicians to drive up and down the river for hours each week interviewing anglers. This population is still predominantly supported by hatchery production. To understand bottlenecks to natural recruitment, we collaborate closely with the Kootenai Tribe's hatchery and our Eagle Fish Genetics Lab to use markers that can identify when, where, and at what life stage fish were released. Through this, we found that fish that were released into the main stem of the river when they're like about 3/8 of an inch long and just first starting to feed on their own survive quite well. But released into the main stem before that, we pretty much never see them again. But if we release those younger life stages into off-channel wetlands, they survive pretty well. And since a lot of these off-channel wetlands have been lost, this information is informing efforts to restore and reconnect this critical habitat to restore burbot production. Another consequence of Libby Dam is that it effectively traps nutrients that are vital to the health of the river and productive fisheries. To mitigate for this, we started adding nutrients back into the river just downstream of the Montana border, an operation that's subsequently been handed off to the Kootenai tribe. Based on our observations of more trout, and other native species in the river, among other things, Montana Fish Wildlife Parks is now planning a similar nutrient addition project at the tail race of Kootenai Dam, or Libby Dam, sorry, and the Kootenai tribe is considering additional nutrient sites in Idaho. Through these efforts, we've restored a popular trout fishery in the river above Bonners Ferry. However, this section of the river is mostly privately owned and access in the canyon can be logistically difficult. Therefore, it's mostly a boat fishery. To help with access, we've partnered with Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks to provide boating access just upstream of the Idaho-Montana border as both a takeout for Montana anglers and a put-in for Idaho anglers. However, access to this portion of the river still remains a bit uncertain. So I have the honor to stand before you today and talk about some successes of this program, which are the result of many hardworking professionals, both currently and previously working in this program, as well as the agencies that we partner with. We've restored a popular trout fishery in the river above Bonners Ferry, and we're currently working with other programs around the state to see if we can understand how to better sample fisheries in large rivers. These professionals have also brought back a popular and unique opportunity fish for burbot in Idaho. And we're currently working to better understand the limitations to natural recruitment and when and where to stock fish to improve these fishery. Sturgeon will take some time, but I think we've made some good progress in this. And I have full confidence with the quality of the people that we have working on this, both within our agency and the agencies that we partner with, that we'll eventually figure out natural recruitment for sturgeon and restore this iconic species for the benefit of all. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, I thank you for your time, and with that, I'll stand for questions. Oh. Chairman, burbot are very good eating, yes.
Mr. Chairman? Go ahead if you.
Well, I just had one observation, and I'm on the KVRI board, so I get updates on the program. And one of the concerns was the water quality coming out of Libby Dam and some of the mining operations, most specifically selenium. Are partners working with us on trying to fix that?
Mr. Chairman, yes. We have, while Idaho Fish and Game doesn't do the contaminant monitoring, we do provide fish for those who do to sample to look at the tissue concentrations of selenium, and that includes Kootenai Tribe and USGS. Right. And we're also monitoring fish populations. For example, if this was going to have an impact on a species like whitefish, we would probably see that first in recruitment. So we're monitoring, are there enough young of the whitefish? Sure. Like what are the trends in young of the year whitefish?
Thank you. Any other questions, or you had something, Director?
Well, yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to make a comment, both with Sean's presentation and Bo's before it. I appreciate the commission being willing to take the time to hear some of these presentations on programs that we have that they're not have to know for you, they're just value added. But I think it gives you a good sense of a lot of the work that goes on that maybe isn't like on the forefront every day. So we hear, you see the quality of work that goes into our CWD response plan and monitoring there and wolf population estimate. You repeatedly kind of get informed on that. Some of these things, the hatchery program, Bo was worried that he'd get choked up talking too much about the quality of the people that we have and the work that they do. And you could see it in him, how proud he is of that program, and he has every right to be. We have, both with our research program, the hatchery program, and really it does go across the department, but these are some of the less visible programs. We do have, I'd put these programs up against any in the country in terms of our fish research, in terms of our fish production program. We're very, very fortunate to have the people doing the work that they're doing. So thanks for taking the time to hear it.
Well, thank you, and I kind of have insider information because I'm part of that KVRI board, but it's a huge effort, and you're doing great work up there, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief on director's reports. As per usual, there's several pages of information that I would encourage you to look through. Just a couple of highlights and notes. As you're aware, the big game draw was finalized on June 12th, and it was in record time, at least in recent years, in terms of getting the draw results out to folks. And so really pleased with the crew for being able to pull that off. Not surprisingly, I think we continue to see an increase in the number of people applying for controlled hunts, an uptick of 7% and 8% in deer and elk controlled hunt applications respectively, 10% increase in pronghorn applications, and so drawing odds don't get easier. That is a fact. You can tell by my success rate, probably amongst the rest of yours as well. And also a reminder, remember that we did not send postcards out this year, so anybody that's paying attention, pick up your tags by August 1st, or else. Yeah, thank you. Bureau of Communications, they continue to be working on the strategic plan, and so we're currently developing action plans, kind of putting some meat on the bones of those 8 priority areas, and so we'll be back to the commission to follow up on that strategic plan development. The Communications Bureau has also got a request for proposals for the overhaul of our website, so that's been a long time coming, and we're looking forward to moving on with that process so we can revise, improve our website. There is a really good write-up about the Special Investigations Unit of our Enforcement Bureau. I'm not going to go through it all here because it's a good story and a great example of the work that those guys do, really dealing with some of the real challenging wildlife violators. So take a look at that if you would. And a lot going on with the Engineering Bureau, as always. We just talked about the Nampa Hatchery improvements. They've been heavily involved in that. Pleased to say that we're moving forward with some improvements on Horse Thief Reservoir, improvements in terms of additional power and water and sewer throughout campgrounds, and then some road pavement out there to improve access. And there are some photos. We talk about fish trapping, and we have a smolt trap on the Snake River, and when people think of a smolt trap or a fish trap, they're probably not thinking large scale. So there's a picture of the new replacement improved smolt trap that we use just down by Lewiston on the Clearwater River. So take a look at that and you'll get a sense of the scale and the magnitude of that trapping operation, all that goes into it. It is not a small fish trap. And then finally, yeah, I think I'm going to stop there. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner reports, I don't see any need to go through those. We've all got copies of it. Planning for our next meeting. Where's?
Our next meeting is
Lewiston.
In Lewiston. Thank you. Field tour on the 19th, still deciding what that will be, and then business meeting on the 20th.
Yeah. So the last thing we have is, I'm sorry?
November.
Yeah.
Yeah, November 19th and 20th. Field tour on the 19th, business meeting on the 20th.
So, last thing we have is executive session, but before that, I would like to thank your group for some really great reports. It was very professional. A lot of work goes into every one of these presentations. And I want you to know it doesn't go unnoticed by the commissioners that you guys do a great job. I'd also like to thank Carson and his staff for being host to this meeting and just doing a wonderful job. So, thank you. And now I'm maybe looking for a motion.
I would move that the commission go into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 74-206, subsection 1C and 1F.
Okay. Roll call vote. Region 1 votes yes.
Region 2, yes.
Region 3, yes.
Region 4, yes.
Region 5, yes. Region 6, yes.
Region 7, yes.
Okay, we'll go into executive session. We'll take a short break. Okay, we're back in session. We are adjourned.